gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Niggas don't know what to think. Thought I get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas is low. Run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I make that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain. Same go for the gang, and we split it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight, cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day, they still hang around me today. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. Lil' mama, she bad but complain, cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane, and go get this money with Gucci. I draw up the plate, Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang.
I get the bag with the gang, taking that Zach to the bank. Henny be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that shit change? You not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang. You niggas be lying about same. Be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown. But fuck around with the fuck arounds. Little nigga, you should cut it out. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert, this is my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promise.
OG, I draw up the plate, Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang.
Attention, please. Please do not smoke in the terminal building. Smoking is only permitted in the specified smoking areas.
Zach. OG, I draw up the plate, Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Niggas don't know what to think. Thought I get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas is low. Run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I make that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain. Same go for the gang, and we split it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight, cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day, they still hang around me today. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. Lil' mama, she bad but complain, cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane, and go get this money with Gucci. I draw up the plate, Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang.
I get the bag with the gang, taking that Zach to the bank. Henny be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that shit change? You not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang. You niggas be lying about same. Be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown. Don't fuck around with the fuck around.
I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls wild. I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. That's right, folks, it is time not only for the best entrance on YouTube, but the best motherfucking show on YouTube. The United States champion is here. Let's go. I make them hot. I make them shiver. Things get weak whenever I'm around to see me walk. They hear me talk. I make them feel like they're running real. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Oh, that was smooth with the mic. Let's go. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Welcome everybody to another edition of the Pocket Locker Podcast. I am your host with the most, all the way from the East Coast. And as always, folks, I am in airplane mode. Speaking of airplane mode, OG Roddy dropped by on us for a minute in Gather last night. Texted with him earlier today. I think we're gonna try to link up for New Year's Eve for like our Gather New Year's Eve party. So look forward to that. We are in Gather. We're in the link pinned in the description, the guest room. You don't need any passwords to get access to it, so you can share that link with friends and family. If people need access to the members only Gathers, the thing to do is to send me an email address via Discord. Ooh, it is getting warm in here. All right, folks. Whoops, what was that? Uh-oh, my shoe is spaceless. I don't even know what's falling, but come on. There you go. On your purse. There you go. Look, don't fall. There you go. Good job. All right. And now my headphones. There we go. All right, gang, let's go ahead and get into it. Let's get started by doing our communion. Welcome to the show. I hope you all having a great day. Time to link up with the gang. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who fight for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. Amen, Kenny. All right, everybody, let's get into our communion song. We're going to check out that new OG Roddy video. I switched to the wrong screen. There we go. Don't forget, y'all, we are out here. We're in the family gathering room. We are in the kitchen.
Too fucking boring, nigga.
Too much going on this beat. Jay, what up?
Is that? Jay, what up? They know my campaign. Now they running up on Roddy like it's second place. They wanna know if I'm a prop or I'm the real plane. Landed in Austin and I even brought my own strain. Gang, yeah, fuck is they talking about? Link up with Freddie, got it booming cause it's whole South. Then we hit the spot, my OG had it packed out. Getting love in every city, what it's all about. Facts, yeah, know when I'm back home. At the blueprint eating chicken with some bad Johns. And they bad, but not like the one that's at home. And she bad, but not like them kids we have, Lord, yeah. I'm still up in my mode. Hit my connect, he make the close, I run the give and go. Just ask the ones who fucking with me if you didn't know. They say the plane was always on it and he always gone. I love you, I want you. You're the one that I live for. I can't take it anymore. But I love you, I need you. What can I do to make you see? You're the only one for me. I told Jay I'ma just stick to the code. He wished me well and told me how he been noticing growth. Told all my niggas down on Serato, let's get this dough. Figure of speech, I'm just saying my niggas gotta glow. Yeah, I thought I changed up.
Carry on, we used to add a dance command. That's a good idea.
Even when I was a minor, I was major. Independent, I remember how they played us. Yeah.
Alright, let's give out
See,
some
it's funny though. See how everything changed, getting money, bro. Seen them even throwing shade when it's sunny though. On the plane, I ain't even in a lane though. Yeah, but I still be on the road. Headed to one of my.
Alright, a million. Look at the trees was first. Thanks.
I gotta bring my bro. Wonder if and when I stop, I tell them never know. I love you, I want you. You're the one that I live for. I can't take it anymore, but I love you, I need you. What can I do to make you see? You're the only one for me. I love you, I miss you, I need you in my life. Can't you see what you mean to me? Baby, come hold me tight.
Cameron Bennett was second. Oh, y'all slacking out here, man. Y'all can't have Cameron on the podium, man. Y'all out here with Cameron on the podium. That means it's a lot of people slacking today. Let's actually check out this sort of alternative cover. We normally play the Foy Vance guitar cover. Here's a piano cover.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you've got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away? Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. You wanna go where you can know people are all the same.
All right. I appreciate everybody for being here. Let's go ahead and jump into today's program. We've got a lot to talk about. First up, we are going to talk about some shit straight out of HBO's Oz. Some neo-Nazi prison guard attack type scenario. This is literally every single person that's ever been involved in the justice system worst nightmare. It's literally the shit they tried to make you afraid of as a child.
High-ranking prison official apparently assisted a neo-Nazi gang in a plot to attack multiple black prisoners. This is Matthew Ware, former lieutenant at the K County Detention Center, has now received 46 months after being found guilty of violating the civil rights of 3 pretrial detainees.
Cameron,
this was announced earlier this week.
Melody.
So he was responsible for the day-to-day oversight of the prison.
Look at the trees.
What he did was he ordered correctional officers to move several black pretrial detainees to a row of jail cells that were known to contain white supremacists who belonged to the United Aryan Brotherhood, which is a neo-Nazi prison gang. It was known that this particular cell housed neo-Nazis, and so they generally did not put black prisoners there because they knew what would happen. So after the black pretrial detainees were moved to the new cell row, Ware then ordered his underlings.
Now, remind you, it doesn't matter. This is wrong. It's always wrong. And this could be happening in a supermax, and it would be an unspeakable horror. But now realize this is happening in a pre-trial detention. People that, for the most part in this situation, have actually been convicted of absolutely nothing yet.
To unlock the doors to the cells containing the white supremacists at the same time as the cells containing the black detainees. Apparently, credit to some of those working under this guy, they protested the order, saying that if he maintained the order, it would lead to violence. Ware responded to his staff's concerns of violence by saying that the inmates were adults and that, quote, if they want to act like animals, they would be treated like animals. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. This guy is an animal. He was assisting a neo-Nazi gang in being able to attack the people that they wanted. Look, all of the news reports of this are making distinctions between this guy and the gang. I don't know if he's formally a member, but he might as well be. He's doing the work of them. He is more singularly responsible for the attack because it literally could not have happened if not for him. And so as a result of all of this happening, the detainees were almost immediately attacked. They suffered injuries, including a facial laceration.
Oh my goodness.
And so thankfully this was discovered, went to court, and he will be serving time in prison. Maybe he can find a good gang to join when he's in there. I don't know.
Was this worth it, bro? What if
he is literally just there? The sad part is because of this story. Let me keep it real with y'all. I'm gonna keep it 100 with y'all. Prisoners know what's up. Like they know what's up. And if you're a name when you enter a prison, like people know who you are. Like I remember when I got locked up in Center County, Pennsylvania on some real shady shit when I was in college. Because I had just been elected president of student government at Penn State and my arrest was in the paper, everybody knew who I was. Like, people were like, yo, you're crazy. Your shit was in the paper, bro. Everybody know your story was wild. So people are going to know who this cat is. And I guarantee you, because people will keep their ear to the ground, people will be able to figure out, either the prisoners themselves know, like I don't know what access they have to TYT, but I'm sure they have access to something where they can get the story, be it the paper or some type of phone time or TV or whatever. Mind you, the Young Turks is on a television cable network. But if not, it's like the streets is watching and people will link up, oh, hey, that cool neo-Nazi prison guard that fucked them black people all the way up and caused that one dude to get lacerated in the face. Yo, he about to go to my cousin Bobo's prison. So they gonna go on the phone with Bobo. His real name's Hank. Hey, Hank. Yeah, so-and-so come, right? Oh, we gonna take care of him, right? So they gonna dap him up day one. Hey, man, we heard your story. We know you're really down for the cause. You know, we still back the blue. It's really unfortunate that the system has betrayed you like that. We all know that police We're really here as slave catchers, and we're so proud that you are a true patriot who stuck up for the righteous cause, okay? And I promise you, not only will he be recruited into some neo-Nazi gang, he will be elevated quickly as hell. Like, he'll find himself the sergeant at arms or the enforcer or, you know, some higher up position in their organization immediately. That's who he is. He's a neo-Nazi celebrity. This is how you become famous on that new school Hitler tip, on that Kanye tip. I just hope he's in prison for a really long time. Because if you are personally this responsible for the total abuse of the system, then the system needs to make an example out of you. I'm sorry. You know, it's just like when you go to a civil case. If you sue somebody, you know, you can sue somebody for, you know, what damages they did to you, what it cost you. But if they did something real fucked up or something that the community really needs to make a statement about, you ask and quite often receive in the judgment exemplary damages. That's literally what it's called, y'all. Exemplary damages. It's the court's way of saying, yes, we're going to restore what was taken from this person, but the court needs to make an example so that this type of thing doesn't continue to happen. So I hope this person these charges are really serious. And on top of that, I hope that there's a sentence here that makes a clear statement about just how unacceptable this is. You got to remember, I don't really care what your opinions of particular inmates or detainees might be. They're wardens of the state. They're under the state's care. That's something people always get all types of fucked up about the custody game. It's all good to arrest black bodies and throw them somewhere your ass don't have to worry about them. But they still somebody's fucking responsibility. And as soon as you put a cuffs on a nigga, he becomes the responsibility of the state. So I also hope these people, the families, sue the hell out these people. And so not only is the sentencing criminally in a situation that's going to be used to make a statement about this, so that we got to curtail this hard and fast. I hope there's exemplary damages included in those lawsuits.
Things you wanted to see, or even maybe someone say, "Oh, he wasn't looking for, or he's going to treat them like animals." So you release everyone together and wait for the fight. Is this like for entertainment? Is this popcorn watching? Whatever the reasons it are that he decides to go this route to make sure he sees this kind of violence, not really knowing who's going to come out on top, wherever his bets, the money he's put his bets on for this whole thing. But again, these are the folks that are in positions of power over other human beings. Even as you said, pre-trial detainees in this prison, just because he wants to assume or hate whatever it is about them. So yeah, if you want to deny the fact that you have this.
Yeah, and honestly, I just had an interesting thought about the comment that he's an oppressor in the system and that his inhumane behavior will bring about more hate. It should. I'm gonna just be real with y'all. Part of my deconversion is letting go of lies about love. Hate is a perfectly natural part of the human emotion. I mean, the human emotional experience. And hate is necessary. It's especially necessary when you're hated. So yeah, stuff like this is going to increase hate. And from my perspective, it absolutely should. Because I'm not going to sit here and be one of these dumbass Christians or play this bullshit game of the politics of civility and sit here and be acting like I'm supposed to love my enemies. Nah, absolutely. When you commit hate crimes, when you make black people all over the fucking country and all over the world feel unsafe and insecure and desperately reminded of our inhumane plight on this planet, oh yeah, it's all types of hate coming back your way. All types of hate. And I'm here for it.
Love for these neo-Nazi gangs in here, or maybe you're not even a part of it. You can deny this stuff, but your actions show something completely different. Just this guy getting his little 46 months, just under 2 years of prison time here on this. Who else is there? Who else was a part about this? Because there was a few who pushed back and others who then went ahead with that order. Who are those folks? Why?
What? Are you serious? 48 months to set black dudes in a contained environment free, and they end up getting lacerations to the face? White racists will be signing up tomorrow. Literally, I swear to y'all, if you allowed them to enlist people to serve a couple of years in prison, if a black person got sliced up as a result, and you allowed them to just hand it out at the deli counter at Walmart, I promise you there will be a line outside the fucking door. You will be like, is it the holiday? Did I miss Christmas already? Is there like is this like Tickle Me Elmo 4.0? Did the new PlayStation 7s just come out? Did they just drop some, did Michael Jordan just come back from out of retirement and he dropped some new, what the fuck is going on? I've lived in this county for 10 years. I've never seen this many people at Walmart. Oh, girl, you ain't heard? Yeah, if you do a little 50 months, they gonna fuck up a black person. Oh, shit, right? Are you serious? That's not even a slap on the wrist. That's like a fucking compliment. Nigga, you have to bury people all the way under the jail for hate crimes. Anything else is literally just giving them a fucking badge of honor to walk around with. Are you serious?
Are they still there?
Are you serious?
Gang.
Nigga, this motherfucker's calling they lawyers right now. But hold on, but what's really the max? What's really, but I'm saying, but if I just open the door and they do all the slicing, what's really the max? Is it under 5? Because if it's under 5, we don't even need to have this conversation. You see what I'm saying, y'all? Y'all, they're underestimating how powerful hatred is.
Things like this don't operate with just one person. So you got that one, but how much do we care about the rest of them?
Yeah. Yeah, and this is the sort of thing that during a production meeting I mentioned that this is the sort of thing we see in movies or like in Oz or something like that. But it is based on reality. Like, we know that there can be these relationships that develop over time. I don't know what this guy is getting out of it. I don't know if it's just an ideological similarity. He likes these attacks being done. I don't know if he's being paid off for assisting them in some way. We know that there's massive corruption. Look, it's obviously complex. It's very difficult to fix. At a certain point, in a country that's going to generate neo-Nazis, if you're lucky enough to lock them up, they will still be there. They'll still be neo-Nazis. Yep. You have to deal with that, but you especially have to have the right people. And this is just another instance of basically every single level of our criminal justice system being infiltrated by people with these disgusting ideologies.
And here's the thing. First off, I would not at all be surprised if it comes to light in this investigation that this is not the first time that this has happened. And this really, to be honest with you, should be enough to immediately launch a nationwide investigation. Because what we're really doing right here is we're doing this bad apple thing. This is the whole shit we do with the cops all over again. Rather than recognizing that this is the type of systematic shit that really needs to be addressed, we're gonna act like it's this one bad apple. And in a few months from now, some story will come up or even not come up. We're lucky this one made headlines somewhat, kinda, sorta, maybe a little bit. But this shit happens all the time, y'all. I've walked out on courts because the judge was racist as shit. I mean, it's some shit going on in this country, y'all, that like, we just know we're not gonna get a fair shake. So as far as I'm concerned, if the Constitution says I have a right to, a fair trial in front of a jury of my peers. And I know that there's absolutely no chance that that is actually going to ever happen for me. In reality, why play along? So this is some really crazy shit, but they really need to look into this because this shit is happening everywhere. And like I said, I know this is, I highly doubt this is the first time he's done some shit like this. And here's the other thing. I want to hear his fucking coworkers get up on the stand in this trial and sit there and act like he never said some super fucked up shit about black people before. And when you realize somebody's in a position of power to literally control the movement and safety of like large numbers of black bodies, which every fucking system, prison system, is what? Disproportionately represented by black people. So even if, whatever the black population of your shit is locally, it is way blacker than that in the system, right? Because we're always overrepresented in the system everywhere. So even in the whitest, 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 white parts of fucking America, rural-ass America, guess what? Go to the fucking prison in that county, and you gonna be like, holy shit, I didn't even know there was this many black people in this county. This explains it. Are all of the black people in this county in prison? Right, like that's what you're gonna think. Because that's just how it is. So now sit here and tell me, how long did this man work here? He in some position of leadership, ain't he? To be calling shots like that, right? Because they said people, remember what the story was. People he gave the order to pushed back on his order. That tells you management right there. Why? Because what is the situation where one person gives orders? That means you're in charge. Number two, you're getting pushed back from multiple people. That means you're in control of the staff. Right? There's only multiple people to give you pushback on some shit if they're your staff. So not only is this motherfucker like in here, he's either brought in to a position of leadership or has made his way up into a position of leadership. And now you're gonna tell me the whole time this motherfucker was here, he ain't really say some shit or do some other shit that was like, yo, no, we got to put the kibosh on this motherfucker. Yeah, you can't have this motherfucker running the lives of black people with all the shit that be coming out of his mouth in the motherfucking staff room, in the motherfucking locker room, or the motherfucking wherever y'all eat and chill and shit at. You know what I'm saying? When y'all go to the bar downtown and shoot pool and drink beers and, tell fucked up ass jokes about the prisoners. Cool. Blowing off steam from work. We've all loved to, cool, I'm with y'all bonding. Y'all got stressful ass jobs. Y'all need to spend some time together outside the walls of them motherfucking prison walls, getting to know each other so y'all could be a more cohesive team and shit. I'm all about that. But now you're gonna sit up here and act like this came as a fucking surprise? I'm not buying it, y'all. I'm not buying it, y'all. They knew exactly who this man was, and they ignored it till the shit went way too far. And they should all be held responsible for that shit. Gross negligence.
I'm Ben Meiselas.
They knew exactly who he was. Now let's talk about y'all former president. Y'all know as soon as Donald Trump got elected, I declared myself a Canadian at heart. You might see me located in the United States in my address. You might see that I have, say, a quote unquote Michigan driver's license and shit. You might see that I allegedly pay taxes to the United States. All of that is merely an affront to keep the American oppressor out of my mental space. But I have, that is simply the unfortunate circumstances of my birth. But you have to see me for who I need you to see me, chat. Okay? I'm not just the exterior shell of me that is physically constrained in Michigan. No, that's not me. I reject this flesh. Okay? Just like I'm not the fucking Christian that I was born into that life, okay? Just because I'm stuck in America does not make me an American, God damn it. Now, I left this country when that motherfucker got. I just haven't been able to move yet. But y'all didn't. Y'all still love some America. Y'all still fight. So your former president, Donald fuckface Trump, that insurrectionist, failed coup, little orange turd, is clogging up the whole justice system. And we're going to get into this story here where his team has been slammed for their bullshit litigation. But this could actually turn out to be a really good thing. Let's get into this.
From the Midas Touch Network, federal judges are completely fed up with Donald Trump's BS lawsuits. We now see a federal judge in the Southern District of Florida. Before a motion to dismiss is even ruled on, the federal judge is urging Donald Trump's lawyers to reconsider the frivolous case that they filed, and the judge is saying that the lawsuit appears to be completely vexatious and utterly without merit. The judge I'm talking about is federal Judge Don Middlebrooks in the Southern District of Florida. The case I'm referring to is the utterly frivolous and meritless case that Donald Trump filed first in state court in Florida, which was then removed to federal court because the state court didn't have jurisdiction over the dispute at issue. The dispute was a made-up one, but Donald Trump sued New York Attorney General Letitia James. She has a lawsuit, of course, in New York against Trump, his adult children, and the Trump Organization, seeking at least $250 million in damages for a fraudulent valuation scheme by the Trump Organization, whereby the Trump Organization, Trump, his adult children, it is alleged inflated the valuations of their properties. And when confronted about this in the special proceeding, which is like the investigation that precedes the filing of the lawsuit by the New York Attorney General, when Trump was asked the most basic questions, what's the value of property A? What's the value of property B? What's the value of property C? What's the value of property D? Donald Trump, who you would think would be like, well, it's worth billions of dollars. No, Donald Trump invoked the Fifth Amendment to each and every question that he was asked. He invoked the Fifth Amendment over 400 times. An independent monitor in that New York case was put in place by the New York State Court judge, now overseeing that lawsuit, Judge Arthur Engoron. The independent monitor is named Barbara Jones. She's a retired federal judge, and Judge Arthur Engoron has made a finding, the state court judge made a finding, that the Trump Organization is currently engaged in ongoing criminal conduct and fraud, thus necessitating this independent monitor. Before the independent monitor was appointed, though, Trump filed this lawsuit in Florida to essentially try to block discovery, block the New York Attorney General from getting documents relating to the Trump Revocable Trust, which Trump says has a jurisdiction in Florida. And so Trump was trying to use this lawsuit that he had filed in Florida State Court to block the New York Attorney General from completing her investigation and from engaging in discovery discovery as part of the normal course of the litigation that she filed. You can't do that. Like, Trump just made that up. You can't ask another state court to get involved in interstate sovereignty issues and to stop a New York Attorney General from engaging in discovery in that case. So the complaint was utterly frivolous to begin with. But in the past, though, judges kind of just like allowed Trump to just go on with it. Not Judge Middlebrooks. And this is a trend that we're now seeing, especially since the Trump organization was convicted on 17 felony counts in New York State court for engaging in fraudulent tax schemes. So let me just read for you this order that was issued by Judge Middlebrooks. In the footnote is where Judge Middlebrooks urges Trump's lawyers to basically dismiss this case. 2 points I want to make. Number one, first off, the order at issue here was a rejection of Trump seeking an emergency injunction to try to block New York Attorney General from engaging in discovery or getting these revocable trust documents. The judge said it was completely frivolous. And one of the things that Trump tried to do, this is like beyond embarrassing and humiliating. So Trump filed an amended complaint. In the first complaint Trump filed, he called Letitia James New York Attorney General Letitia James because she's the New York Attorney General. In the amended complaint, he removed her title, New York Attorney General, to try to get around the immunities and the fact that you can't just sue a New York Attorney General or any state Attorney General for engaging in the processes and procedures that the Attorney General is empowered to. So they just called her Letitia James. And the judge here, the federal judge, Judge Middlebrooks in Florida, is like, do you think I'm an idiot? Do you think that I don't realize that she's the Attorney General just because you struck it out from what you originally called her? We know she's the New York Attorney General. Beyond frivolous. So the judge rejects Trump's request for an injunction. One of the key points the judge makes is the Trump organization has already been found to be guilty by a New York jury of several counts of tax fraud. See People versus Trump organization. To now impede a civil enforcement action by the New York Attorney General would be unprecedented and contrary to the interest of the people of New York. Then Trump's motion is denied. But here's the key line. It's in footnote 6, and the judge goes, plaintiff and plaintiff's lawyers are urged to reconsider their opposition to defendant's motion to dismiss. This litigation has the telltale signs of being both vexatious and frivolous. Let me read it one more time for you. Plaintiff and plaintiff's lawyers are urged to reconsider their opposition to defendant's motion to dismiss. The defendant is New York Attorney General Letitia James. She's filing a motion to dismiss. And what the court is saying, Trump and Trump's lawyers should reconsider opposing that motion because this litigation has all the telltale signs of being both vexatious and frivolous. So what the judge is saying to Trump's lawyers is, you better dismiss this case now before you make me rule on it, because if I have to rule on it, I am going to order very, very serious sanctions against you. And by the way, this is Judge Donald Middlebrooks. How do we know the name Judge Donald Middlebrooks? Because Judge Donald Middlebrooks previously sanctioned Trump for another frivolous lawsuit that Trump brought. This time he sanctioned, Trump's lawyer, Alina Habba. And in that lawsuit, Trump brought a RICO or racketeering case alleging a widespread, vast conspiracy by 30 individuals that he sued, including Hillary Clinton, where he alleged they were all involved in this vast conspiracy to defame him by saying that he had all of these links to Russia and that it was all a big hoax. And so Donald Trump filed that in March of 2022.
I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Seems to look like just the rantings and ravings of a lunatic before me. It doesn't even seem like a lawsuit. And the judge said essentially every allegation is frivolous. So much so that They would even just say someone lives in New York when they lived in Virginia. They would just say that someone's the head of the DNC when the person never even held the title of being the head of the DNC. There's made up stuff in their lawsuit as well. So Alina Habba in that case was sanctioned $60,000 so far. There's about $1 million more of sanctions motions that are pending. Remember what Judge Middlebrook said in that case on November 10th of 2022 when he issued the order there? Judge Middlebrooks in that case said, so who is responsible for this case and others like it? The rule of law is undermined by the toxic combination of political fundraising with legal fees paid by the political action committees, reckless and factually untrue statements by lawyers at rallies and in the media, and efforts to advance a political narrative through lawsuits without factual basis or any cognizable legal theory. Lawyers are enabling this behavior, and I am pessimistic that Rule 11 sanctions alone can effectively stem this abuse. Aspects may be beyond the purview of the judiciary, requiring attention of the state bar and disciplinary authorities. Additional sanctions may be appropriate. So what we're seeing here with Judge Middlebrooks and what we will be seeing with other federal judges now across the country, especially now that the Trump organization has been found by a jury to be a felon institution on 17 felony counts, they're going to say exactly what Middlebrook said. You're vexatious, this is a frivolous case, and that you are going to be sanctioned, and that lawyers may lose their legal license if they continue down this path. That lawyers are going to be held accountable. That is key. That is critical. And this is good that Judge Middlebrooks is saying that, in that footnote 6 to say preemptively, dismiss your case now because this has all the telltale signs of a vexatious, frivolous. In other words, I'm going to sanction the crap out of you. I'm going to sanction the crap out of your lawyer. So now the ball is in Trump's lawyers' court. What do I predict is going to happen? Trump's lawyers have dug the biggest hole, and they don't know the law of holes, which is stop digging. I think they're going to keep this thing going. I don't think Trump's going to allow them to just dismiss it at this point, although we will see. And I think they are going to be sanctioned severely. And we will cover that when they are sanctioned severely. And hopefully they will lose their legal license, because all of these Trump lawyers, frankly, all deserve to lose their legal license. They are a disgrace to my profession. They are a disgrace to the profession of law. They are despicable, doing despicable stuff. Everyone should be entitled to have a lawyer. Everyone should be entitled to have a representation. I don't fault
We have a
people
powerful
for that, but that's
cumulative
not what's
case.
occurring here. These people are bringing intentionally vexatious and frivolous cases that have no merit, that have no basis, simply for the purpose of political action committee fundraising, of harassing people, and of trying to undermine credibility in our democracy. And that's what's disgusting about it. I'm Ben Mycelis from the Midas Touch Network. Hit the subscribe button. We're on our way to 1 million subs. Thanks to you. Hit the subscribe button. In addition, check us out at patreon.com/MidasTouch, patreon.com/MidasTouch. Lots of exclusive content you can only get there, but most importantly, help grow this independent media platform together. Until next time, I'm Ben Mycelis.
At Midas Touch, we are unapologetic.
Absolutely fantastic piece. New content creator to me, new channel, Midas Touch. Check it out. Really been enjoying their stuff. Analysis there was very high level, so I kind of just let it roll. There's a couple things here I want to sort of piggyback on that, like I said, can sort of actually turn out to be really good things here. First thing I want to do is let's talk about those definitions, because they're very important. We play a lot of games on YouTube with apologists and nonsense debaters who like to throw around a lot of big words and technological, philosophical jargon, most of it meaningless. But that is, in fact, not how the law works. In the law, words matter. And the words used in these type of judgments and decisions are very important, and they have very significant technical and legal ramifications. So the first word we'll take a look at is frivolous. It's very important to remember that we're in a situation where federal judges are telling the former president, and more importantly, his legal team, that your lawsuits are frivolous. This is a very serious accusation coming from a judge. Serious statement. Frivolous meaning not having any serious purpose or value. They're being accused of filing claims and suits and motions that have no serious purpose or value. Uh-oh. It's a really serious accusation. All right, the next one is vexatious, which means causing or tending to cause annoyance, frustration, or worry. So they're basically taking it a step further. Frivolous is basically saying, you can think of it as there's no there there. Like you're bringing us things that there's nothing there. There's no purpose to this. It's just dumb. It's just stupid. You're just wasting our time. Vexatious is an even more serious and damning term. And it's why it's such a critical one. It's now saying, and you're literally doing this simply to frustrate the process. This is way out of bounds. It is more or less a warning that you're obstructing the legal process. All right, now let's talk about why all this is so important. I've made it very clear that I really have a lot of optimism that Trump is going to ultimately face some very serious consequences. I know it's easy to just feel like Teflon Don's going to get away with it all in the end, and I'm with you, and I think in the end he's going to get away with murder would be an understatement. He's going to get away with, like, for instance, he'll never be held accountable for COVID. He'll never be held accountable for, all of the manipulative and derelictions of duty he committed while he was in office. He'll never be, convicted for all the corrupt shit we lived through during the Trump administration. Like he'll never be convicted on any of that shit. Like he's a person he's a professional criminal. So I guess we're just gonna have to accept that as a professional criminal, he like most professional criminals will get away with most of what he did. That's just how it works. Right? Any decent serial killer, they might be serving 42 lives for the 42 we found, right? But there's a whole bunch we didn't find. And that's what Trump is about. But I really do think they're gonna get him, yo. But I've made it clear that it's gonna take a frustratingly long time. Part of that is the unprecedented nature of the defendant. Part of that is the unprecedented nature of the offenses. And part of that is the sheer volume of evidence. All of this is unprecedented, and it just all adds up to time. And I also made it very clear that because Trump is a former president and a part of the Billionaire Boys Club and all this other shit, he has to have a legal team that exhausts every legal option. And that's actually kind of good for us. Because for posterity's sake and to be on the right side of history and all that, we don't want Donald Trump to go down in flames and then history tell a story where, well, they didn't really fight that hard to defend him, and it was all part of a rigmarole, sham trial, political witch hunt, right? We've got to make sure this happens thoroughly enough. We know the nut jobs are going to say that regardless, right? But we have to make sure that there's no legitimate hint of that in any way, shape, or form. And I've often talked about how, just as a general legal strategy, you do push the lines. And a lot of it is to cause delay. You have lawyers in your life. You should talk to, they have to be like, in the criminal type of, but maybe probably even in lawsuits or whatever. They got to be court lawyers, right? If you talk to them, they won't say it in front of a camera, but a lot of them will tell you a lot of this stuff is just a delay game. We're just delaying things. We just want shit to get out of people's minds. We just want time to pass. That tends to lessen the severity of things. And on top of that, you got to challenge everything, right? If there's a piece of evidence that's critical evidence, and you can get that shit to be deemed inadmissible because of some technicality with the paperwork, got to go for it. If there's a particular witness who you really don't want their testimony to enter the record, well, fuck, challenge their fucking sanity. Challenge the demand that they go through a psychological evaluation to be deemed fit because they have a questionable past, right? I mean, right? So that's part of what's going on, and this happens every day. So where am I going with this? What we just covered is a huge game changer in all of that. Because now, even typical run-of-the-mill, let's just throw a couple of motions out there to buy ourselves some time. Let's just challenge this person's testimony and this piece of evidence and legitimacy of this and blah, 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 blah. Oh, let's just go online. Let's just go on Fox News or whoever and rail about how this is all a political witch hunt and, maybe our client really was just doing his best. Like now, anybody on Trump's team now knows their ass has been put in the hot seat. These are federal courts basically shutting that shit down right now. And it's huge. First off, you got to remember, we've already seen serious legal consequences for Trump's clown show of lawyers. They've already been disbarred, suspended, all this other type of shit. And a lot of them are under serious investigation and facing serious charges. On top of that, y'all know me as a drummer, timing. Everything is about timing. Timing is like, they say everything, real estate, location, right? In the temporal domain, right? Location is timing, right? It means Trump blew his wad too early, y'all. All right, just fucks with me here for a second, y'all. What I'm saying is there's a routine level of, let's say, sub-obstruction extra procedural techniques you can use to gum up the works of the process. And even though a lot of it is transparently thin, it's within a certain acceptable margin, and you just deal with it and you get on with it. And certainly Trump's team is still going to do as much of that as they can actually legally get away with. But the real critical issue for me here is his team has now been warned, and the systematic pattern is building to the point that they're almost going to start to walk in there and damn near be treated as hostile litigants. And they're doing this in defense of his New York cases, his tax cases, right? In other words, stuff we've been known about from before. And this is why the timing is so key. Because if they do all that shit now in this New York lawsuit, all these little shits, well, now his team has exhausted the good faith of the federal legal system. And what that means, and this is the part I'm excited about, kind of, to be honest with you, is it means when the real hammer comes, when we start talking about the insurrection and the conspiracy to defraud the United States of America and the conspiracy to submit false documents and all of them serious January 6th charges, all of them witness tampering cases, all of the serious corruption that's going to come out of all of this, they're not going to be able to do this shit then without serious fucking consequences. And so in a strategic sense, they kind of blew their nut too early. Right? They blew out the let's turn over every stone, let's obstruct every little let's undot every I, let's uncross every T. And while that's normally all well and good, push it to the hilt, and then when the court comes down on you, back off, and then you got to play it straight. Normally you can do that because whatever the matter is before you is going to be the end of the matter. But with Trump and his legal team, this is just the beginning. And now you ain't going to be able to go back to that well when the game really elevates into the fourth quarter pressure. So they've totally overplayed their hand, and they did it in some of the preliminary shit with Trump. And now they ain't going to be able to play that same hand when we start to deal with the big shit. So it's a little bit subtle of an analysis there, but it's really fucking important, the timing of all this. And then the other thing is, and we'll see this kind of pieced together in some of the stories that we'll have covered, that will be coming up in the next couple days or so. Trump has used this type of legal technique. This is his MO, and it always has been. And so now it's going to be very interesting to see, can his legal team even, get, like, in other words, if you reflect back on like the Cassidy Hutchinson shit and the shit that was going on January 6th, they almost had two teams, right? There was like a team normal, they'd call them, and that was like the serious legal and political people. And then there was like the clown show, the Trump, the Giulianis and the Sidney Powells and all those kind of the Trumpleton fuckheads. And there was always this power struggle where Trump's dumbass is always trying to allot more and more real power and authority to the clown show and pull away from Team Normal. So that's kind of what's interesting now, because if Trump's legal team is seriously a clown show team, well, now they're super fucked, because this shit just ain't working no more. And like I said, we're just getting started. And if they're anywhat on Team Normal at all, like, they don't want to lose their legal license. They're not trying to go to jail themselves for Trump. They don't want to be disbarred and all of that type of shit. Then we can kind of expect to see Trump's legal defenses take a serious change in tone, where his lawyers are going to be far less comfortable grandstanding, far less comfortable with the bullshit. And you may, and really we might, again, have serious optimism for Trump being held accountable, because now his lawyers will not be jumping in front of that bus for him. And so these federal judge rulings and shit, this is a big deal. Speaking of big deals, let's keep this shit rolling, because we got more big news from Trump world. And shout out to Midas Touch, because we gonna rock with them for this part too. Boom.
I'm Ben Mycelis from the Midas Touch Network. Melania Trump has found herself with serious criminal exposure. One of the things that we've learned in...
Yes, gang, find those documents. We have been told there are 11 locations throughout our gather spaces between the Bundy Ranch, Flying Man University, Church of the Flying Man, the Bundy residence, that there are 11 of these documents. You guys need to get in there. You need to explore every nook and cranny of these gather spaces and find Trump's documents. We only have 4 days left. December 31st, right? That's the thing, man. Y'all know, new year, new administration, new all that shit, dog. They're going to shut our shit down if them documents are not turned over. So we got to record all the locations for posterity's sake and get them shits turned over. Appreciate y'all for helping save our gather compound. And look, y'all, this is why we serious with the passwords. This is why we got to lock this shit down. Apparently we didn't have it locked down tight enough. And one of our right-wing quote-unquote friends, somebody was out here faking the funk. This is what we get. Y'all know us, trying to build them fucked up-ass bridges of love and understanding. Probably Lupin or Otangelo or Rebecca or one of them Robert Beatty, one of them little Christian creepers we got in our circle, hacked into our shit. Apparently passed the shit off to Trump, and Trump thought he was just going to store the shit on our property so that way we look fucked. And then they was going to blame. Holy shit, y'all, it's a conspiracy. Did y'all just figure out what I just figured out? I swear to you, I'm not making this up. I literally just figured out right now why they did this to us. It didn't make any sense. At first, I thought it was some kind of joke. Like, maybe, they thought it'd be funny to like get us shut down or something, or get us caught up in this. But it's much more sinister than that. I think they put them documents in our gather so they could say that this whole fucking Trump's confidential documents thing was a false flag operation that they can then blame on us, knowing that we're a community of mostly liberal atheists. And so they're going to say that this is some sort of satanic false flag operation run by an atheist cult that is trying to take over the internet. And they're going to use our own message against us. Find Trump's fucking documents. This cannot stand. Holy shit. We are in the middle of a fucking war, y'all.
Connection with the House Ways and Means Committee's release of 2 reports relating to Donald Trump's tax returns from 2015 to 2020 is that Melania Trump jointly filed tax returns with Donald Trump. And under the IRS code, when you jointly file with a spouse, spouses are jointly and severally liable from all liability from fraudulent tax returns. Now, we know that the Trump organization has already been convicted in New York of 17 felony counts for engaging in a tax avoidance scheme whereby benefits were paid to its top executives, yet those benefits were not only not disclosed on tax returns from the Trump organization, but taken as improper deductions, to name just a few of the financial tax.
Nah, y'all got it. Them drinking games are for the chat and for Uncle Bobby, y'all. I'm a communion man. I start playing them Republican buzzword drinking games with y'all. I'm gonna be all types of hungover. I'm seriously, I'm getting old, y'all. I'm paranoid about hangovers. Y'all don't know me.
Chicanery and criminality that was taking place.
Ask chat, yo. If I had too much to drink, I'll be stressing that shit all night. Oh, I can't. I had a couple hangovers during COVID. Oh, some of the worst days of my life.
The Manhattan criminal proceeding where the Trump organization was convicted. And we've reported here that the Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg is now looking squarely in the direction of Donald Trump individually as well. Not just the Trump organization, but Trump individually for Donald Trump's criminality. Alvin Bragg has brought on Matthew Colangelo. Matthew Colangelo was previously, before joining the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, as a special senior attorney. Matthew Colangelo previously served as the number 3 position in Merrick Garland's Department of Justice, acting as an acting associate attorney general.
Although I did just realize what I could do in the future, y'all, is I can grab like a beer or something, right? Because then I could like sip a beer or something while we do a drinking game.
In the Department of Justice. And prior to that, Matthew Colangelo worked within the New York Attorney General's office with Letitia James, and actually Alvin Bragg, before Alvin Bragg was elected as the Manhattan District Attorney. And there, Matthew Colangelo helped the New York Attorney General, Letitia James, during the special proceeding investigating Donald Trump's fraudulent valuation scheme of his property, and helped the New York Attorney General's office prepare the lawsuit, the eventual civil fraud lawsuit that was filed against Donald Trump, seeking approximately, or at least $250 million in damages based on the fraudulent valuations of properties by Donald Trump, the Trump organization, and Trump's adult children. And we've talked about here on the Midas Touch Network now that following the guilty conviction of the Trump organization, where Donald Trump himself was not personally a criminal defendant, that the Manhattan District Attorney, Alvin Bragg, is now focused directly on Donald Trump. And we also know that the Department of Justice is also looking into things now, since there was a referral by New York Attorney General Letitia James regarding all of her findings to the Department of Justice, not even mentioning, of course, the fact that the Department of Justice, through the now appointed special counsel, Jack Smith, is engaged in his criminal investigation of Donald Trump for his conduct leading up to, relating to, and following the January 6th insurrection, as well as Donald Trump's theft of thousands of government records, including top secret records and highly classified records that Donald Trump stole. But because Melania Trump is a joint filer on these tax returns, she would be jointly criminally liable as well. Now, there are some...
All right, y'all, so that's the question of the day. Do y'all think Melania Trump might actually see some jail time?
Exceptions to that, and Melania could turn on Donald Trump and claim a special separation of liability relief or an innocent spouse relief, but she would have to make that claim against Donald Trump. So let me just read for you, though, from the IRS website, from the IRS site, the situation regarding married taxpayers. And what it says is the following. This is from IRS. It's called topic number 205, innocent spouse relief, including separation of liability and equitable relief.
Hey,
and it talks about where a spouse
Paul,
can try to
Tim,
turn on another
YouTube
spouse
Punk, appreciate
who would
everybody.
be
What's
a
up,
tax
AR?
cheat or a tax fraud when they jointly file, but in very limited circumstances. Here's what it says. Many married taxpayers choose to file a joint tax return because of certain benefits this filing status allows them. When filing jointly, both taxpayers are jointly and severally liable for the tax and any additions to tax, interest, or potential liabilities that arise from the joint return, even if they later divorce. Joint and several liability means that each taxpayer is legally responsible for the entire liability. Thus, both spouses on a married filing jointly return are generally held responsible for all the tax due, even if one spouse earned all the income or claimed improper deductions or
this is definitely
credits. And then it talks about types of relief, though, that someone like Melania could seek, but under very special circumstances. One's called innocent spouse relief, provides an innocent spouse relief from additional taxes owed if your spouse or former spouse failed to report income. 2, separation of liability relief provides for the separate allocation of additional tax owed between you and your former spouse or your current spouse you're legally separated from or not living with when an item was reported properly on a joint return. So that's separation of liability relief. And then there's something called equitable relief. But in order to invoke these things, you have to satisfy all of the factors. So, for example, for innocent spouse relief, you must meet all of the following conditions. 1, you filed a joint return that has an understatement of tax that's solely attributable to your spouse's erroneous item. An erroneous item includes income received by your spouse but omitted from the joint return. Deductions, credits, and property basis are also erroneous items if they're incorrectly reported on the joint return. 2, you must establish that at the time you signed the joint return, you didn't know, and here's the key thing, had no reason to know that there was an understatement of tax. And finally, taking into account all the facts and circumstances, it would be unfair to hold you liable for the understatement of tax. Now, all 3 of those factors have to be met for Melania to try to claim that this was all Donald Trump's fault. When we go to factor 2 and factor 3, this is where Melania will definitely lose that argument. Melania must establish that at the time she signed the joint return, she didn't know and had no reason to know that there was an understatement of tax. She clearly had the reason to know. She was clearly on notice here. And then finally, taking into all factors and circumstances, it would be unfair. It wouldn't be unfair here because Melania is directly involved in this. I mean, look, let's just look at the 2019 tax returns, for example. Melania reported $3,848 of modeling income and an exactly equal amount of expenses. She is directly involved here. And just a reminder for you, in 2015 on the jointly filed return, Donald Trump and Melania claimed that their total income was negative $31 million. And that year they paid $641,000 of income tax. In 2016, they claimed that they earned negative $32 million, and that year they paid $750.
Yeah, all right. So I'm kind of sitting back thinking about this now. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. This is actually going to be really interesting, y'all, especially if more and more people start to talk about this and won't let it go, which is absolutely the right response. I say the same shit all the time about the KKK. If your monkey ass made sure that motherfucker had his beef stew before he went out to burn his crosses, and you made sure his fucking sheets were pressed and starched and all of that shit, and then you spread your fucking legs for that fucker when he came home. I hope you get every bit of penalty they get. And she absolutely is guilty of all this shit. And I don't want to hear shit about like Melania Trump. There's no way this bitch is innocent. And so even all of this talk of like, you know, I know a lot of people are gonna be like, well, why would they go? They're just going out. They're gonna go after. How could you go after the first lady just to go after the former president? No, she's a criminal. And you know, the only thing that should even be under consideration is if she indeed is going to flip on Donald Trump, you know, what is she willing to give on the record?
In income tax. In 2017, they claimed they earned negative $13 million, $12.8 million to be exact, and they paid a whopping total of $750 of federal income tax. In 2018, they claimed that they earned $24 million and they paid $999,000 in federal income
to me,
tax.
She's every bit
in 2019, they claimed that they earned $4.4 million.
Matter of fact, I think people and spouses like Melania in particular are almost worse than the Trumps, the Donald Trumps of the world, because she's every bit as corrupt as he is. But she basically let him be the bull in the china shop, right? Like it's him who's actually out there running the fucking mob, right? She's filing with him, appearing with him, living the lifestyle, going everything with him, you know, reaping all the benefits, all this fucking shit. And then want to play like she was a deer in the headlights and didn't know anything because she was just told to sit there and look pretty. Not buying it.
And they paid $133,000 in federal income tax. In 2020, they claimed that they earned negative $4.6 million. And not only did they pay $0, they claimed a $5.47 million tax refund, which they received. And so when you also factor in that tax refund, it basically wipes out any of the income taxes that they paid. So basically for all of those years, Donald Trump essentially robbed working class Americans and in essence stole $5.47 million. I mean, if you want to take away his other tax payments, sure, you can maybe.
And again, please, somebody just hop in, links pinned in the description, hop up in the gather, come up in this kitchen right here, grab a seat at the table, any seat you'd like, and sit here and tell my black ass to my face that Donald fuckface Trump is the greatest president to have ever president.
Subtract the $1 million in 2018 and the $133,000 and the $641,000 in 2015. So even if you say, let's just round up and say $2 million there, when you add the tax refund Trump received in 2020, he basically for all of these years, based on the losses that he claimed, he earned, in essence, $3 million from the government. He didn't pay anything. He earned about $3 million by grifting and, frankly, engaging in conduct that looks to be highly suspect and perhaps, and I say perhaps gently, because it looks like it's absolutely criminal.
We have a powerful cumulative case
here. The returns show questionable private jet expenses, large unsubstantiated charitable deductions, and payments to children. That would raise a red flag for Melania to make sure Melania is on the hook and would be liable here. In other words, she had reason to know. How about the fact that Trump's kids were given gifts disguised as loans?
we
loans
ever had.
to avoid the gift tax. How about that? That would be something that Melania would raise a red flag for Melania. How about the fact that one IRS agent identified...
I honestly think anybody who won't tell you that Donald Trump is clearly the worst president we've ever had is a troll. Like a complete troll. Like, there's only two possibilities if you tell me Donald Trump is anything other than the worst president ever. You're a troll, or you're actually... you have a severe learning disability. Like a really severe learning disability.
Large, unusual, questionable items regarding over $80 million in Trump's declared losses on his 28 return. That's something that would raise a flag for Melania, a big, whopping red flag. How about Trump paid $7.5 million for Seven Springs Westchester County mansion in 1995, but on his 2015 tax return, he took a $21.1 million deduction.
Tim, we like you, Tim. We give everybody a chance right here, but you're asking stupid questions, Tim.
For a conservation easement on that property. That would raise a glaring red flag for Melania. How about just those red flags right there? That's something certainly that New York Attorney General Letitia James should be looking into and making sure that Melania is jointly liable as well in the civil lawsuit seeking at least $250 million. Absolutely, Melania should be named as a defendant in that case with all of the information that we know now. And also, Melania should be a target of Matthew Colangelo, who's now been hired by the Manhattan District Attorney, Alvin Bragg.
Sorry, Tim, if you don't understand how serious the shit with Trump is, then you're on thin ice with me. Think seriously about what you said, because I seriously consider that gaslighting. How I feel about Trump is how I feel about Trump. Like I said, if you need an explanation, you're a fucking idiot. When your 5-minute timeout is up, change your whole tone or get the fuck out of here. I will block you.
And there should absolutely be a focus on Melania by the Department of Justice, in addition to Alvin Bragg, in addition to New York Attorney General Letitia James. She is jointly and severally liable
when Trump
as
is brought
a
to
joint
justice
filer,
and everybody around
she
him,
needs to
we'll
be
move on.
accountable as well. She
End of
doesn't
story.
just get to pretend that this doesn't exist. I know the first thing that she did after leaving the White House was do her own NFT grift, which I think nobody actually bought it, so they had to buy it themselves. But she tried to do the NFT grift, and she's tried to act like, oh, I don't know, it's all my husband. No, you absolutely knew everything. And according to the IRS, it is, did you have a reason to know? Were there red flags? Were you potentially on notice? And here Melania was absolutely on notice. We will see what happens here. But as the Manhattan District Attorney starts focusing on his criminal charges against Trump, and a lot of well-respected lawyers, a lot of people who have knowledge of what's taking place in the Manhattan District Attorney's office, believe that there's going to be criminal charges filed by the Manhattan District Attorneys in the next 3 to 6 months.
They'll be calling his cell the White House too.
Will Melania be named as well? That's a question that we will see which way it's answered. But certainly under the code, she would be liable. I'm Ben Meiselas.
Yeah, he covered that as well. Or a couple of people have been covering that too. Sort of how Melania actually tried the NFT grift before Trump did. It kind of backfired, as it should have. It was absolute dog shit. And it, I think they ended up buying a lot of it, right? You know, the Republicans do this a lot. Like, they come up with some failed business idea, doesn't work. Then they and their donors, you know, like they'll bulk order books and shit to make it seem like it's moving and doing more units. Actually, remember that? Because I think, yeah, with the NFTs, they had to buy them shits back, didn't they? Oh man, they like bought them back through their organization or some shit like that. When it turned out nobody wanted that trash. But then Trump rolled out his, and they went right for it. Oh yeah, guys, pull those up. These are awful. These are really, they're god awful. Hang on a sec. Look. You can pay $150 for a digital Melania rose. Stunning. A Women's History Month NFT. Melania's vision. The head of state collection. Oh my Lord, y'all. This is, and even this is not okay. This is not okay. This, I hate to say it, but even this page right here, in combination with what we just heard about the taxes shit, Melania Trump belongs in jail. Because everything we just said, first off, we know they're criminals. But on top of that, y'all, this is grifting off the office of the First Lady. This is literally like, I'm not talking about doing work on behalf of a charitable organization as a consultant or some shit. I'm talking about straight turning the status of First Lady of the United States of America into a grift. No, this is trash. The head of, no to all of that. Hard pass. All right, let's get into this next thing. All right, so,
Dr.
I have I've been trying to work with Derek lately. Check out Mythvision podcast. Link is in the description. Derek and I recently did a live together about evolution, and we're going to be doing a couple classes this spring. And he had a stream today earlier with Dale C. Allison. I haven't had a chance to see it. It looked really relevant. So I kind of put it in the show as just like a bonus segment for us to have. But yeah, I'm super excited to work with Derek, and excited to see some of these other courses. So let's get a couple of things out of the way. Go click in the description, click on Mythvision podcast. If you're not already subscribed to Derek, subscribe, turn on notifications or whatever. I'm sure I have them on my other account. Also, I think I'm going to sign up for this class. That's one thing I was looking for, is to figure out, I want to take the class. One, I think these are great classes, but I also want to see how they're presented so that I can kind of take notes for mine. All right, so let's register. Let's see how much I have to put in. Do I got to put in all my stuff? Yeah, I think I could register. I'll register off screen so I don't do that on camera. Here, let me do that. All right, so that's one thing we want to do. The other thing you guys should do is like Derek's videos, subscribe to the channel, and watch this particular video if you haven't already seen it for at least 30 seconds. That gives our friend Derek the view, so you won't feel bad like you're robbing of Derek of that precious extra view. This is what he does for a living. And then also consider, joining the Patreon, sending a super chat or a super thanks. And I'm going to do all that myself. Let me see. Well, this doesn't make any sense. Oh, there's a split. No. Use that. Okay. All right, sorry, gang. I'm just purchasing the class. All right, boom. Access confirmed. I'm on it. I'm on it. Look at that. Look at that. I got an invoice and everything, y'all. Let me save my damn invoice real fast. Let me save my invoice real fast. Print. PDF. Mythvision. We're going to call it Mythvision Jesus class. All right, now let's talk about why else we're doing this. I want to start to evaluate. All right, couple things. Number one, I want to start to evaluate and discuss other stuff that's out there in the counter-apologetic space, and start to discuss more how I see some of the other scholarship around the issues that come up in our community, because it's something that was really motivating me to sort of like participate in that conversation. So I want to do that more. Number two, I want to really go deeper into thinking about how certain content, certain people, certain ideas, and maybe just videos themselves, where I think they can be useful in helping us talk to like family and friends about, you know, our beliefs or lack thereof. Also, what some of the limitations and challenges might be. And so I want to start to think through that. I know that's not always going to be super straightforward, but I think that's kind of the point. Is I'm realizing I think we need to kind of power up. We have so many great scholars and channels and resources at our disposal. I think it's worth the time to think through how to leverage them better. And then also, I think myself, I want to start to collaborate more with other scholars, talk to other scholars, interview other scholars. I don't want to do what Derek does or anybody like that. We would kind of do our own thing with it, but I certainly want to start thinking more deeply about who I'd want to collaborate with, why, what we could do together, and you know, just start getting ideas about that. So anyway, yeah, I'm excited to get into this a little bit, and I'm also going to, we're gonna leave Derek. We're gonna leave Derek super thanks. All right, like. Thank you so much for making this. Now you should just feel like you're entitled to the benefits of the eternal kingdom of Mythvision grace, because you've given them the view, you've liked, you've subbed, you left a super chat, and you're going to consider registering for the course. All right? So sit back, relax, let's get into this. And motherfucker, we are Mythvision.
Dr. Allison, we have a quest for the historical Jesus course. I hope people will sign up for. In the description, make sure you sign up. You don't want to miss out. It's, trust me, amazing course.
Derek, you're late. I already signed up. See, I already signed up. I didn't even watch. Now, when I get to the Mythvision gates, I expect to just walk right in. Because while these other fools sat here and watched the 20-minute video and Googled the person's citations and sat there and went over their budget and then talked to their spouse about whether or not they could really stretch it that much. No. I just off rip registered for the course. I didn't even watch. So I expect some sort of, accelerated entrance upon my death.
My question is cognitive dissonance theory, apocalypticism. I want to get into this. And
yeah, gang, Underwatch Me. There's a Discord channel under the Watch Pocket Locker section that says collab wish list. I've put a bunch of channels and people in here. So if you can see Ern Raw's already here. But if you come up with any ideas, just go ahead, drop the name. The channel's really helpful. And if you know any way to get in touch with them as well. But yeah, it's where we're making our wish list.
And I definitely have followed your work, of course, and many others on this definite expectation of a near apocalypse, if we could call it that, parousia of Christ in Paul. And in recent rumors online, the rumor has it, yeah, I know. The rumor has it that you have changed your mind on this whole topic. And I said, hold on. I'm in conversation with Dr. Allison. I can't imagine him completely changing his mind on this idea.
Okay, I know what this is. Okay, so okay. I shouldn't have said anything, but if it's out there, let me explain. So I have in a number of writings over the years, books and articles, argued that Jesus had an imminent expectation. And the impression I have left, which I intended to give, was that Jesus thought the end could come very, very soon. All right? Very, very soon. But I've also argued that he expected to die, and that for him this was part of the eschatological scenario, because the traditional eschatological scenario is always catastrophe, utopia, disaster, bliss. You go through hell in order to get to heaven. That's what it's all about. And if you look at Jewish sources, which talk about all the horrors of the end, kind of like the book of Revelation, it includes the martyrdom often, or the death of the saints or the holy ones. So I've always had that view and never been quite sure how to put it all together, except I thought Jesus probably thought that he would die and that the resurrection would happen very, very soon after that. So what I'm thinking about twice now is that there are texts in the Gospels that show some sort of interim period, that is, in my judgment, a period between Jesus's death and the eschaton. It's not a period of decades or even years. I think it's an indeterminate period of time. And the question then becomes, how do I explain this? How does it fit my scheme? And so on. And here I'm actually going to be reverting back to a theory of Johannes Weiss, not completely unrelated to the work of Albert Schweitzer. But Weiss thought that Jesus was a preacher of repentance and that he was disappointed in the response that he got. Therefore, he sort of changed his mind. He realized that the end wasn't just going to come, but that he would have to die. For Weiss, it's a sort of sacrifice that would help bring in the end. So Jesus actually has two sort of scenarios in mind. One, the end is coming very, very soon. Israel didn't repent, and therefore it's going to be delayed a little bit. So what I've paid attention to recently is the really close connection in a bunch of texts, and I've never appreciated the breadth of this tradition until recently, which do associate repentance with the restoration of Israel, repentance with the return from the diaspora, for example, which was understood eschatologically in the first century. The connection between repentance and the end is a constant. So I've had to rethink the issue of, well, given everything I think I know about Jesus, is it possible that something like Weiss's scenario took place and that he decided, well, the end hasn't come the way I expected it to, so there will be some sort of short interim period? So I used to sort of push away these few texts. I'm now thinking maybe I shouldn't have done that. So it's a way of doing justice to some texts that I probably haven't done justice to before. So that's what that is, and I'm calling it contingent eschatology. And you use the term cognitive dissonance. I suppose from one point of view, yeah, you could apply cognitive dissonance theory and say that Jesus isn't seeing what he expected, and therefore he has a change in plan or change of mind. Anyway, thinking like this does appear clearly in Jewish sources. It appears later on. I found this, for example, in the movement connected with the Jewish Messiah Sabbatai Tzvi, when things don't work out exactly as expected. Some of his followers said, well, Israel didn't repent or didn't fully repent, or something didn't happen, and that explains the change in our expectations. So I've found a number of real life parallels to this sort of thinking, and that's what I'm doing. Okay, I'm still working on it. I've given a couple of public lectures and maybe made unwisely some comment about it somewhere on a podcast. So that's what this is all about. But it's not as though Jesus expected.
Cheers, gang. I'm just so happy to be with you all today. So excited about everything we've accomplished on this channel, everything going on our growing community. Please link up with us and gather. We're going to stay. We'll probably go back to the ranch tomorrow. I know I'll meet with Cliff and we'll probably get back to work. But for today, we'll probably stay in the open gather. We've had some new regulars joining us and gather, look at the trees, and Kali and Uriah. So we're all excited about our new friends. No Carrie Ann and AR in here with me now. I heard AR is bottle popping.
Yeah, oh yeah.
How you doing today, AR?
Doing good.
Good to have your voice on stream, man. Cheers, bro.
Cheers. Here we go.
All right, let's roll the tape.
Looked into the future and, saw the Roman Catholic Church and 2,000 years of history. That's not what's going on here. It's thinking that Jesus saw some sort of interim period, for want of a better term, between his death and the consummation. I don't know how to fill out the details of that. I don't know how to tell you, well, he thought it would last 6 months or a year. I don't know how to do anything like that. But I think there's a place for that in his thought.
If I may ask, just as we're probing into this, I love this topic. As you said, cognitive dissonance theory, we've seen replicated groups that do exactly this, where they expect a real, literal something to happen, and they might spiritualize something, or they push the time off. It's usually one or the other. Stuff happens where they find a way to rationalize, because that's exactly what cognitive dissonance theory actually says. Hey, the behavior and what I believe need to match. What's going
I also want to give a little insight as to my understanding of human cognition. I find myself in sort of the awkward position of wanting to concede it's not my area of current expertise, but I'm obviously not completely uneducated in the subject. Went through a master's in biological anthropology program. A lot of our evolutionary work is related to the evolution of cognition and thinking about cognition. And, so I have some thoughts, and I wish I knew more, but I've always been comfortable trying to get people to understand that our minds, at least the way I understand our internal narratives, are rationalizing, not rational. And what I mean by that is, yes, we do have rationale with an E, right? rationale, rationale, right? And our ability to think about concepts and issues rationally almost creates the illusion that we use our reasoning sort of in a pre-activational way where we process information, apply a lot of rational thinking, and then react or behave. I think a more nuanced understanding is that that's usually something that happens on cognitive replay. And maybe as we're feeling something or doing something, right? My stomach growls, I feel something in my stomach, and then I realize, oh, I'm hungry. I didn't think through being hungry first and then feel something in my stomach. I felt it in my stomach and then rationalized that I must be hungry, right? So it's important to think that what this means is that the rationalization comes after the fact. And this is important when you think about this because it helps us understand this problem, right? Where we predict something and, you know, it doesn't go the way we want. And so then we, after the fact, you know, rationalize it and then come up with that explanation. So what I'm getting at is we do want to be critical of this, but we don't want to like throw people under the bus just for rationalizing their situation because that's perfectly natural. That's how brains work. The issue is, you know, the way they rationalize these things, the results, the inability to challenge the core belief rationally, right? It's how they rationalize this. They rationalize it without thinking critically about the underlying assumptions that caused them to make the erroneous predictions in the first place. That's the problem. It isn't the fact that people post hoc rationalize their behavior, their predictions. That's just how human brains work. So we have an issue with how they rationalize it and then maybe how far they then take the rationalization. And then that's where the cognitive dissonance comes in. It doesn't mean a person's automatically guilty of cognitive dissonance just because they act first and reason about it later.
Going on needs to match my reality. And that's okay. We're humans. This is what we do. I probably do it all the time on little minutia in my life and don't even realize it. And that's okay. But I'm curious to know in these related passages, like when I look at Mark, we're getting into a pericope here that I think's it's an interesting one where I read John J. Collins wrote actually an article. I don't know if he published it yet, but he sent it to me. It was in response to N.T. Wright. And he pretty much was trying to say wrong. But he was saying, you know how you guys, all you scholars are, he was saying that it seems almost anti-apocalyptic climatic when Jesus is going, but you know, I don't really even know the day or the hour kind of. And the real question that John and others might ask is, did Jesus actually even say this? It sounds like Mark maybe potentially inserting these things, or I'm not going to put words into his mouth specifically, but you kind of wonder if Mark, as Paula Fredrickson described this when I interviewed her in Boston recently, she said, Mark has like a dual generation position. The disciples don't get it. Don't worry. Just like Israel in the wilderness didn't get it. Don't worry. It's the next generation that will enter the promised land that will see these things in fruition. And the temple's destruction is that kind of catalyst for what their expectation of the end near is supposed to be. And if Luke and Matthew are based off Mark, I know we could probably use Q to reference and try to go, okay, what did he maybe say that isn't found in Mark that we find is Q material? My question is, can it be explained in ways that it sounds like the followers are putting this stuff in the mouth of Jesus because they're trying to rationalize.
Okay, well, if you're talking about the saying in Mark 13, look, there are two old arguments. The one is that this sounds like the church. For example, it uses the title "the Son," right, which isn't often on the lips of Jesus in the absolute sense, right? And that this could be a rationalization after some delay. That's perfectly possible. The other side would say, well, it's not likely that the early church would attribute ignorance to Jesus. Luke omits this. John's gospel couldn't possibly have anything like it. And all the church fathers, with the exception, I think, of Irenaeus, come up with really implausible explanations. So that's the argument. There's also a third argument, which goes back to a great scholar named C.K. Barrett, who said, well, I think Jesus said something like this, but the tradition added the Son, the title, in order to sort of set it off and make it less difficult. Look, I'm at the point in my career where I'm not able, with any great confidence, to say, okay, here's a saying, and here are the reasons for saying it's authentic or not authentic. As you may know, my tendency now is to look for themes and repeating motifs, and to try to do as much with those as I can, because I'm just not sure about this business. There are sayings that I think almost certainly go back to Jesus, or most likely go back to Jesus. But I think that those are the minority. It doesn't mean that I think, therefore, all the others are apocryphal. It just means I think our tools are really limited, so that most of these I have a sort of agnostic view. Yeah, maybe not. I just don't know yet how to get there.
He's articulating this so well, and I'm struggling this with myself when it comes to my own views and interpretation of this. This is where I think that criticism about Trump might be kind of relevant, but I think it's equally a silly thing here. But there is a sense in which we over obsess and sort of we really badly want answers to questions we can't answer. And the reality is our tools are just incredibly limited. And so many people work so hard to fill in the gaps rather than to just accept the limitations of the tools and the data that we have. And he's explaining this really well in a way that, as a scholar, I hear the motivation of researchers, which is, we really don't know, and these are some really difficult questions, and often takes a great portion of a person's life work and a whole team of people to even understand what scraps we have or can get. And at the same time, you recognize that it's thoroughly unsatisfying to a lot of outside observers, because at the end of the day, the answer to the question is we simply don't know.
Even with John Mayer's last book on the parables, where he just has a handful of parables that he traces back to Jesus, what he says about the others is that they're just in limbo. He's not saying Jesus couldn't have said them. He's just saying, I can't get my hands on them. I can't figure out arguments to show that he said this or not. And I'm sympathetic to that. If you just, Jesus is a first century Jew. He's in Galilee and he's uttering sentences. And 2,000 years later, we're trying to figure out whether he really said exactly this sentence. It's very, very, it's almost asking for a miracle, I think, much of the time.
And this is what we got at the other day, which is why I think so many believers are just inherently dishonest people at this point. I know they don't like being told that because they say the word truth 52 times a day and look themselves in the mirror and tell them that they're the most honest, loving, caring person to ever love, care, or be honest. But they're deluding themselves. And this really gets at it, because at the end of the day, when you really ask them what it would take to change their mind, what it would take to leave these things alone, what it would take to accept that they don't know these things, it's basically, I require you perform a miracle to show me that my miracle didn't happen.
So again, I'm Ed Sanders, when he wrote his book on Jesus and Judaism, he said the sayings are just too hard to get a hold of. Even if you can, you're not sure of the original audience and setting, much of the time, and context is everything. So he wanted to start somewhere else. I'm doing something similar, but we share in common this skepticism, not so much about the tradition. I have to make this clear because people don't get it. It's simply a skepticism that all of us are Sherlock Holmes. We're just not in a Sherlock Holmes novel. You can't always figure it out. Lots of crimes go unsolved, right? And just because you have a saying attributed into the Gospels doesn't mean a modern historian can show to everyone's satisfaction that he uttered it or that he didn't utter it. Much of the time, I just say, well, that could be, but I can see somebody adding that also. Right.
You bring up a wonderful point. I think we should all be cautious. That's why I like to be flexible in my thinking about these things, because say a Christian will go, hey, Derek, you're a skeptic. We know that. What do you think about the empty tomb? And I'll go, right now, if you put a number on it, I have no way to calculate this. I'm just throwing a hypothetical number. I'd be 60% legend. Okay, 60% legend, because it was well known that empty tombs is a sign in the Mediterranean and the Roman world that people become divine. The body goes missing. Usually there's some type of transportation that is seen as, hey, the reason he's missing could be this. And this is something I've asked Robin Faith Walsh, Richard C. Miller, many other people that I'm like, okay, they see this as a translation model that's within the Mediterranean. However, I also don't say that that is the case. So Christians go, well, what if there was an empty tomb? And that's where I bring guys like you in, and I like ask experts who are like, well, if I'm a skeptic and the like my model is a naturalist model, how do I rationalize and explain this data? Did his body get stolen? Did the Sanhedrin somehow the day after relocate him because they only had to temporarily bury him because it's a high holy day? And then I don't know. I don't know the answer because I can't prove it. Was he just given a common grave, as some people like Bart Ehrman say? I'm not so sure I'm convinced of that either. I mean, there's so many possibilities. I hope people will have fun opening their minds, whether skeptic or Christian, and explore this thing and be open-minded about it.
So I shouldn't say this in response, but I will. So I'm a historian, and I think what I do is important, and I also enjoy what I do, but I also understand the sort of theological response of people like Rudolf Bultmann or Karl Barth or Paul Tillich. By the way, three very different people theologically, but they all say, look, history is too uncertain. And if we're going to do theology, we're going to have to base it on something other than what the historians this week think really happened. And so they try to build elsewhere. Now, I don't agree with their foundations, which they find elsewhere. But I understand the unease with the idea that you can build your theology on history, because history is often ambiguous and it doesn't give you the answers. And that's why often skeptics don't like me, and my more conservative friends don't like me, because they want me to prove something one way or the other. And I'm often just, well, it could be this or it could be that. And it's going to depend on a bunch of presuppositions or what you want to be the case and so on. But just trying to stand back as an historian.
Sorry, I'm not going to weaponize my academic discipline, even if it's in the name of atheism. I'm just not that professionally irresponsible. Hate to disappoint you.
I see multiple possibilities here, and history is full of odd things. And how on earth do you say, I know this happened or I know that happened. It's very difficult. I'm just going to add, one of my heroes is Origen. One of my great heroes is Origen from the early 3rd century. And Origen at one point says, even if something happened, even if it happened, it's one of the hardest things to show that it happened. And he's right. And then he says, and often you can't do it. I think that's the case.
I want to get skeptics, because a lot of them are who typically watch me, to appreciate.
Here's the thing too, like, theology is not an academic discipline concerned with finding the truth. And in the regular course of scholarship, it's not a productive discipline. I mean, now, I'm not saying there's nothing to be learned there. It's relevant culturally, right? It's important culturally to know as best we can. We think there's a lot of value in understanding who believes what they believe, where those beliefs came from. Is this in fact the doctrine? Is that in fact the doctrine? These are interesting questions, right? But let's be clear, there's a reason you can't go to a major university for the most part and study theology. Might loosely have some religious studies programs. Even Bart Ehrman went to fucking Bible college. And then trained in history. Which a lot of people still say is the problem with Bart Ehrman, to be honest with you. But this is why. And it's just my opinion, because I can't psychologize an entire field. But I honestly believe it's a really severe case of sunk cost fallacy. It's almost like people, when I hear the term theology, imagine terms like alchemy, phenomenology or whatever it is, right? Like all these pseudo sciences, and that's what theology is. It's like I'm not saying a lot of people didn't do it. I'm not saying they didn't come up with a lot of cool ideas and they don't help us understand, but it's just not what people think it is. And so, unfortunately, like, theology has to start with the assumption that theology is in of itself going to lead us to something. And it just doesn't. And I feel bad that, like, we haven't yet found a way to, like, gently break it to theologists. I mean, universities just cut them, right? They just quietly cut them and just stop doing it, really. But the average layperson doesn't realize that. And that's why you see so many of these apologetic universities, Christian colleges, Christian universities. That's why they're all popping up, because they have to sort of keep up the appearance that this is a legitimate field of study. So they have to create their own institutions. And then, unfortunately, what they do is they teach just enough, secular shit, offer just enough secular programming or whatever to sort of pass muster as legitimate university, just so they can have a quote unquote legitimate academic institution to pop up the study of theology or apologetics or all the other shit they do. Ministry development and spiritual acquisition.
What you just said even more, and that's what I value about you, is that you're not a dogmatist, because typically what we find when you're engaging apologist, which is, I would say, a different tactic or a category that might be going on instead of historian, is you find kind of like, we're right about this. And then you find the opposite in the skeptic community too. Very dogmatic. I am right. You're absolutely wrong in every respect. But I like the ambiguity of wrestling with ideas and having fun, enjoying them and not being certain. But then again, I'm a strange guy, Dale. Like when I got clean off heroin 7 years ago, and I looked at the universe in my mind and said, I don't know. Maybe Maybe I don't know. Maybe there isn't something. Maybe there is. When I got comfortable in my own skin and saying I don't know, there was so much to learn. But when you know something psychologically, like, oh, I know.
I appreciate all these comments, None. I really agree. They're quite insightful. Appreciate you guys, chat. You guys are on fire today.
I feel like there's some limit on what you can come to know when you have that answer already in your mind.
Yeah, and I was just gonna. I don't disagree with that.
And I think religion, the abused child, uneducated person, I think the way at least religion is practiced in my experience with it, it gives you both inherently. You may, counteract its effects and, struggle to overcome that state. But if no intervention takes place, religious life is inherently subjugation to an abusive authority figure that will prevent you from fully realizing your educational potential. There's no doubt about it. You can't let people see the truth if your ability to, keep your grasp on them requires them to believe a lie. You have to make sure they don't become good at finding the truth. You have to make sure they don't think for themselves. You have to make sure they mistrust others. You have to make sure they have an unhealthy skepticism towards information from outside of what's approved by the authority figures. You have to make sure they don't even read the holy books themselves, the very sacred text that they feel they have to have in their homes. Such a precious part of their identity. You have to make sure they don't feel like it's safe to pick up their own Bibles, their own holy books, and read it for themselves without you telling them what to read and how to think about what they're reading.
I was just going to add, though, that it seems that, at least to me, somebody like me, life in its entirety is sort of confusing. It's very difficult to figure things out. In my spare time, one of the things I like to do is read philosophy. And the great philosophers don't agree on a lot of things, right? They don't agree on a lot of things. But they were brilliant people. And that means that it's really difficult to figure things out. So I think modesty is always a virtue. That is, and I think that humility is also a virtue, and a virtue for the historian or maybe anybody.
Well, if we can, just for the sake of anyone watching, please take the time. I hope you've enjoyed this, and go check out the lecture that Delcy Allison's done on the quest for the historical Jesus. He pours his life's work and research, and he's very passionate. In fact, Del, this is not to be offensive. This is to be just very frank. I did not know you had so much enthusiasm until I recorded you in this course. I was like, whoa, hold on. So much energy, enthusiasm. Your teaching was amazing. It's an 8-part lecture. So anybody who actually wants to take a deep dive into the history of the conquest, so to speak, the conquest of Jesus, check out the quest for the historical Jesus. You can't miss out. I don't care where you're at on the spectrum in terms of I'm a total skeptic, atheist, or I am a fundamentalist Christian, evangelical, inerrantist, doesn't matter. You should learn the history to understand what's going on here. I highly recommend it. Everything's in 4K. You learn a lot. There's reading recommendations. It's full of information, and I hope people will sign up. And I thank you so much, Dr. Allison. I really appreciate your time. Any final words?
No, just thanks for having me. I enjoyed the conversation, as always.
Man, that's really awesome. I bought the course, so I think I have access to those AR, are you still in chat?
Yeah.
So we need to come up with, especially I guess we could just do it for January if that's cool with you. Like we got to make sure we do our Patreon obligations.
Oh yeah.
Like the 2 movie nights or whatever.
Yeah.
So I don't know, maybe we could like watch those and gather or something.
Yeah, that's fine. Gather, Discord, or whatever. That's
yeah. But yeah, we'll chat about that. But yeah, I'm excited. I wanna get into it. But yeah, we definitely won't watch it on YouTube. I want to encourage people to actually buy the course. Yeah. So yeah, I bought the class. I'm really excited, and I'd definitely be willing to check out one of the lectures and gather. So and hopefully maybe some other people buy it as well. So yeah, so I'm kind of into that. I think that was a really cool interview. I'm glad he was able to clear up his thinking there. It's kind of exciting to hear somebody in that field taking in new information, finding themselves still open to new ideas. I'm really interested to see where the historicity class goes. I took Richard Carrier's on the historicity of Jesus, so that was a very clear. It's clearly coming from the mythicist camp. I don't really know which side of that Allison falls on, so I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be interesting. I'm truly agnostic, and I don't think I see myself as a mythicist the way I maybe wanted to at one point. I feel like both sides have real serious issues academically, so I think agnostic's the only way to be. But I'm starting to feel like right now there's just I don't see the mythicist cause being advanced by anyone right now. I think by his own admission, Richard Carrier's not interested. And it gets hard to say that a particular academic viewpoint is being discriminated against when no one seems to be willing to actually make the case for it. You can only blame your opponents for so much. No, I still feel like the historicists haven't made their case, and there's obviously problems with, statements of faith, commitments on faith, Christians, being the ones to dictate what perspectives and data most of us get with regards to the historical Jesus. So I really am truly agnostic, and also becoming kind of indifferent, right? Because part of accepting the I don't knows of the world is accepting the we may never know, and certainly may not ever know in my lifetime. And so many of these things are kind of irrelevant. Like, the big picture to take away from all this is there's no way there's a fucking God. There's no way Jesus was God. So at the end of the day, whether or not he was a dude, shouldn't be interesting beyond, at least for me, his role in our culture or place in history or whatever, right? So I don't have much of my perspective on life at stake anymore with whether or not Jesus was actually a dude. To be honest, I hate to say this, but as an atheist, I'm really not threatened by historical Jesus. A historical Jesus, because then you immediately got to go to who's the most probable historical Jesus. And the consensus seems to be this nut job, apocalyptic preacher dude. Or some sort of rebellious, New Kingdom con artist. Like, there's no way, like, like if Jesus was a real person, by today's standards, this dude is all sorts of loony. Like, I hate to say this, but Jesus would be, all right, AR, hang on to your butts for this. Jesus would be way loonier than Trump, y'all.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Trump isn't running around talking about the end is nigh and all of this shit. Bow to me or I'll cast ye into the valley of Gehenna. Like, oh, man. So
the Jesus NFTs.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not real.
Yeah.
Trying to sell you on it.
Oh, man. Jesus would be a special type of dude. All right. So, yeah, much more worried about the followers. All right. We're going to go ahead and switch gears and get into our main event. And this story really triggers me. I saw this today. And it's a perfect example of everything wrong with what's going on in our current meta culture. And we really are living in, I think, a time of unprecedented ignorance. And I say that because the ignorance of others is hiding in plain sight. Maybe people haven't so much changed what they believe, like they've always believed crazy, dumb bullshit. But with the unprecedented technology, access to information, and how freely available it is, people have to work that much harder to be really, really fucking ignorant. And then it becomes really easy to see how full of shit somebody is. Because you can see how hard they're working to sort of adopt the you gotta basically, you just gotta try it. You gotta work really hard at it to be that stupid, right? All right, so let's get into an example of this. Warning: you are about to be super gaslit by a person trying to explain gaslighting to you, using the example of the ultimate gaslighter fucking somebody else's shit up for gaslighting them. Is your mind in a fucking pretzel yet? That's literally probably what the intention of what the horseshit we're about to watch is.
You've probably heard the term gaslighting. Gaslighting is an insidious form of... You've probably heard the term gaslighting.
Boom.
Gaslighting is an insidious form of psychological manipulation.
James, into the gather now. Click the link. James, I'm sorry. You need to... you shouldn't have shown yourself in the chat, James. You need to be here because... This is your shit. We're about to talk about narcissism and gaslighting and stupid Indian women on the internet. Because this is the James. What's the name of there's a psychologist that James just hooks us up with her content, and she's like really, really good when it comes to talking about these issues. This is the opposite of her. This is her evil twin. Evil doppelganger.
Coined from the 1944 movie called Gaslight. Gaslighting is when someone tries to gain power and control over another person by distorting reality and forcing the other person to question their own judgment and intuition. It is the choice tool of manipulation for narcissists. Now, we may think that gaslighting is a new psychological phenomena out there with all this talk about narcissism, but the reality is that gaslighting is nothing new. It originates from Satan, the father of lies, and is practiced by people who are under Satan's influence.
Triggered yet? Like, just right out the gate with the satanic panic.
It's fucking crazy.
Wait, James, James, we're in the holiday gather. It's the link pinned in the yeah.
He's in the kitchen. He just needs to come over to the table.
Here he comes.
No, he should come to the kitchen. Yeah, he's in the kitchen. I can hear him. James, can you hear us now? He should be in the room with us.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up? How's it going, man?
Going good. Yeah, give me 1 second while I navigate this holiday.
Yeah. You probably just want to go to like grid view or something. Yeah, there you go, so that you're not seeing the screen scares. All right.
So Satan, huh?
Satan. Yeah. How do you feel about Satan as the source of gaslighting?
I mean, it's what can you say about that? I mean, what the fuck? Humans. What the fuck? Humans.
I mean, seriously, but here's the thing that really gets me about this is you've really helped us this year a lot, I think, by, I guess, paying a lot of attention to these conversations around mental health and personalities and shit, right? And so we've been talking a lot about gaslighting and narcissism and all these things, and
right.
I think that's really been a big part of our community's conversation this year, and I give you all the credit for that.
I appreciate that.
And it turns out that it ends up being the word of the year, right?
Yep.
And along with goblin mode, right? Which they go hand in hand.
Yeah.
And so this is exactly what everything feels like right now, where we finally have a moment where the world, we get some fucking language. Like, I remember like feeling like a black bipolar person with all the strikes against me that I had. People were always treating me like dog shit, knowing at the end of the day, the assumption was always going to be that I was fucked up, right?
Yeah.
And when finally people in the news, because of that crazy ass white lady calling the cops on that black dude in the park, they were like, she was weaponizing his identity against him. And I was like, yes, words. Yes, weaponizing my identity against me. That is what the fuck has been happening since I had a goddamn identity. And I didn't know what to say, but now I know what to say. Y'all motherfuckers need to stop weaponizing my identity against me. I got words for that shit now. Right?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, yes.
And that's what finally happened for us this year, at least for me, and a lot of when we really got, I get narcissism now. I get gaslighting now, and I can see it. I can call it out, and I can talk about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And here come the apologists right on cue. You have to work this. You got to work really, really hard to be this stupid. Let's poison the well right off the bat. So now as soon as we go to have the conversation, the well is already poisoned.
Yep.
Completely just to sabotage the new tool. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, because if we walk up to them as somebody outside of their religious domain and we're trying to help them understand the nature of reality, immediately she's going to go to, oh, you're gaslighting me. And because you're a pawn of Satan, that's how I know. Right. And I'm a beacon of righteousness and, one of God's children. That's how I know. Right. So it's just circular reasoning. There's this bubble where they can't learn anything and discover anything outside of the bubble. And it's a whole lot like PineCreek. Man, I don't want to keep bringing him up, but the thing with Lena, like he was gaslighting so hard, not just gaslighting Lena, but he was also gaslighting about the trans people, like talking about how we, basically we should gaslight them to confuse them of, to like, I don't even know what he thought he could accomplish with that shit because,
confusion, like, just literally trying to confuse a person about who they are. That was his playbook. That was the suggestion. And you could see that it was all bullshit because, again, the very next stream, days two later, it was an entire stream about alarmism. And then using examples from LGBT and examples from climate change, like Greta von Thunberg, that, the young lady with that cursed out all the billionaires. Just threw her under the bus, right? So
that's another tactic that narcissists use. When you respond to their bullshit, they accuse you of being emotional. That's a way of invalidating you and not having to listen to your arguments.
Right, and so PineCreek can say, "Oh, well, you heard me sit here and listen to Lena and give that person hours of my time and hear them out." And now that they're here, what's the first thing I'm gonna? Well, let's talk about. You guys saw that alarmism, right? Everybody's just panicking about and it's just like, go fuck yourself, dude. God. It was just the worst, like the worst, right? Like
it is so the worst, and they're intentionally missing the point every time. Like, look, even if just to humor the argument that global climate change wasn't really created by or caused by humans or worsened by humans, whatever. Suppose it just for the sake of argument, all the changes that scientists and other, sane, rational people want us to make sense even without global climate change, because there are a staggering amount of people, including infants, that die every year because of respiratory illnesses and other diseases caused by the pollutions in our environment. So, it's like people from the conservative end of the talking points are like, maybe we should keep just mining as much coal and oil as we can and, fracking and polluting the air because, we don't think we're causing climate change. And I'm like, even if you don't think that, you're causing a bunch of horrible suffering, diseases, and death across the globe. Like, so what's even your point? Is like, their elevator doesn't run all the way to the top. They can't finish the thought. And I don't understand what's wrong with them. I kind of want to put them in an MRI or some other CAT scan thing or something to find out what the hell's wrong with their brain.
I'm at a place where I don't think it matters anymore. I just think we're not mustering the courage for the appropriate level of response. We're still too stuck in enabling patterns.
There's stupid laws against punching them in the face, but I hear you.
Sure, but even like the appropriate level of loss of subscribers, loss of support, constantly being called out. If I hate to say it, if Doug was treated in this community like Kanye is treated in the wider conversation, there wouldn't be a PineCreek politics channel. Because it wouldn't be fun.
Right.
The reason it still goes on in our community is because our community is trash and loves it. Well, not to say our community is trash, but the neighborhood. Let's say the neighborhood's trash.
The neighborhood's
We're a good
trash.
community in a trash neighborhood, right?
Yeah.
And this neighborhood doesn't fucking give a fuck. They want that dog shit. And so they lap it up.
The cool kids in the ghetto.
It's why I don't even fuck with the pro Rebecca atheist. Because they just want to tell her how wonderful she is, how much we missed her, how glad we are to have her back.
You know what that is?
Everybody else was just like her. Fuck out of here.
Simping. That's what that is. Simping.
James, you gonna hurt some people's feelings today, James?
I hope so. I hope it stings, you simps.
And all I gotta say is I'm 100% in agreement, and y'all could be mad at me too. I just didn't think to say it, James. I would have said it first.
That's where it is, man. That's where it is.
Straight up simping. All right, let's roll some tape. And we'll go from there.
Gaslighting has been going on since the existence of man, and there are examples of gaslighting and gaslighters in the Bible. In today's video, I'm going to talk about a particular gaslighter in the Bible, King Saul, and how God dealt with his gaslighting. I hope that by sharing a little bit about this story, that it will encourage you that God sees right through the manipulation of gaslighting and has zero tolerance for it, and that it will also help you to stand firm in the judgments and perceptions and discernments that God has given you, and not to cow to other people forcing their version of reality on you, even if such people present themselves as more knowledgeable, intelligent, or spiritual than you. Now, I also have some important and exciting news that I'd like to share at the end of the video, so please stick around for the whole video so you don't miss my important news. Now, first, before we get into it, for those of you who are new to my channel, welcome. I'm Shanine Megji. I'm a coach that helps people to heal and recover their identities from toxic relationships. I also help people to successfully navigate difficult life transitions. Welcome to my channel. Toxicity is not your destiny. I create these videos to help you navigate toxic relationships in your life from a biblical, practical, and spiritual perspective. So if you'd like to receive regular content from me on this subject, take a moment right now, click that subscribe button, click that bell, because I'm going to be bringing you videos on a regular basis to empower you in navigating toxic relationships. My goal is to get out a video to you every week or so. So without further ado, let's dive into the subject. Gaslighting is a form of emotional manipulation where the gaslighter is imposing their version of reality so strongly onto you that it causes you to doubt your own judgments, perceptions, and discernments. Why do people, particularly narcissists, choose to manipulate in this way? Gaslighting allows a person to gain control, to have the upper hand, to make you dependent on them. Their goal is to get you to doubt and mistrust yourself so that you can look to them to spell out reality for you. That way, you are so dependent on them, you will believe the lie that you cannot function in life without them. And this is how a gaslighter will ensure that you will be compliant to them and never leave them. Does a gaslighter gaslight consciously? Yes. They can be very intentional and calculated in their manner of gaslighting. Or it's possible that they could be manipulating you unconsciously because that is how they are wired, and they're able to manipulate in all kinds of ways without even thinking about it because it comes so naturally to them. And this could be because gaslighting was modeled to them in their family of origin. So just as you learn how to walk and talk and don't even think about it, or how you do it as an adult, so a gaslighter can learn how to manipulate in all kinds of ways without even thinking about it, because they have matured in the skill of manipulation. They can manipulate in their sleep while being on autopilot. It comes as naturally to them as eating or drinking or breathing. But
she's getting some stuff right.
Whether a gaslighter is intentional or unconscious of their behavior, gaslighting is wrong. It is emotional abuse.
Go ahead, James.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you had stepped away until just then. So she's getting some stuff right, and there's the ironic part of it. It's just that she's incorporating as much as she needs to. Like she gets the basics of it right, but like they can't understand when their own religion does it, or when their own religion gets them to do it. And it's just like this one of the ways that religion weaponizes people without them even realizing it. When I spent all those years as a Christian religious person, you know, when I was a teenager and I was doing the GW thing, when I was an adult after that, and I was just doing the general Christian thing, because I used to go in MySpace and argue against evolution and for God. Like, I used to be one of those people. I had no idea. And I would argue against abortion. I would argue against...
James, you were a fuckface sitting on some bullshit?
I was a fuckface. I would argue against gays.
Yeah, me too.
We didn't really talk about trans. Like, it just wasn't the topic back then. We're strangely just, because society hadn't really got to the. We were about to start wrestling with that issue, but we hadn't yet. And so yeah, I was on that side of it. So I didn't know that I'd been weaponized. Like I had no idea, because I thought I was like this lady. I thought, okay, I understand what counts as abuse, and it's the atheists that are doing the abusing, not us Christians, right? So it's like no matter how much they learn about what constitutes abuse, it's not enough to break them free because they still can't see that they're doing it. It's like Doug doesn't understand that he's on the exactly wrong end of everything, right? That he talks about like politically. Yes. Like he doesn't get it. Like it's not like he wakes up and says, "I'm going to intentionally be an obtuse asshole today who's on the wrong side of history." Right. Like it doesn't even occur to him. So
yeah, and I think you and I are bringing. I like to call it the psychosocial perspective on these things, and I think it's really important. And it almost reminds me of this dance we used to do between biological anthropology, which to me is, thinking of humans almost like a systematic biologist would. Like humans are just a population level phenomenon of evolved animals, versus the world of evolutionary psychology, which is like taking all that evolutionary thinking, but sort of trying to understand the essentially like testimonial perspective of an individual person.
Right. And if they could just get caught up to speed on those sciences, the social sciences, cognitive science, psychology, neuropsychology, social mechanics, what constitutes health versus unhealth in a relationship. Right. If they could just get caught up to speed, then they would see that there's this whole other world that they've been walking through and not able to perceive. This whole other world. Now, they talk about how we're the blind ones, right? And they're the ones with special vision that sees the world as it is, but that's not what the facts say. That's not what science has revealed at all. The more we learn about the real world we live in, the way human minds work and human social systems work, the more we realize just how wrong they were, all these religions. And so if what they were saying was true, it would be working the opposite way. We'd have all these revelations about science and we'd be going, wow, look, Bibles were right after all. But instead, that's not what's happening. Ever. Instead, so in order to hold to their narrative, they got to find fringe unemployables who could never get a job at a real university, who barely managed to pass their classes and had to lie in order to pass their classes because they gave the answers the teacher wanted instead of the answers that their religion required. Right. And so then they get their quote unquote credentials, but no legitimate institution will hire them. It's the same thing that's going to happen to Taylor after she's done. She goes to look for a university. If any respectable university finds out about her interviews, Bread of Life and otherwise, absolutely, she's done. They're going to say no. Yep. And that, should follow her until she's corrected. And again, it's not personal. It's a complete failure to meet the basic standards of your field. Right. Yeah. And she admitted, I remember Taylor admitting that she's dedicated to the narrative of her religion. She's dedicated to it, and she will never back away from it. Yeah. All of her research and career motivations going forward will revolve around proving that her religion is true. Yes. And, Rebecca admitted the same thing many times on record, on video, that the problem isn't bias for her. The problem is right bias versus wrong bias. If it's a bias that favors her narrative, it must be right. If it's a bias that challenges her narrative, it must be wrong. And so she just stays stuck in this loop of confirmation bias and special pleading and special entitlement. And like, where in life, in the entire experience of life, when and where does that ever serve human interest to get stuck in confirmation bias loops? Never. There is no domain in the human existence where that works out well for anybody. And yet they think it works out great when they do it for their religion. And I'm like, that's stupid. Because if this world was made by a god as a testing ground, a proving ground, an educational experience to get you to understand the nature of reality, then wouldn't God want you learning from life as it is? Wouldn't he want you to take it for what it reveals and not for what you want it to be? It's like, it just doesn't make any sense that life teaches us these set of values, like don't get stuck in a confirmation bias loop. And then the religion says ignore what life teaches you. But at the same time, they say God's the one that designed life to make it teach you the things that they want you to ignore. Like, how much sense does that make? None at all. So
yeah, and it's a real problem. And to me, this is where the psychosocial comes back to, because so when I was in that lab, the advisor, like the PI of the lab, his wife was actually a evolutionary psychologist. So, and she practiced clinical psychology, clinically too, like she saw patients and stuff. And so, there was a lot of jabbing and healthy back and forth and shit like that. But I always realized that it was both, that we needed this population understanding so we can understand why tall people tend to be drafted more into the NBA than their shorter counterparts, or, why male bodies and female bodies do different things, including the brains that carry them. Right. But at the same time, that was never going to be the answer to understand why any particular individual is the way they are or behaves the way they do. That's always going to be, so it's always going to be simultaneously a population thing, and populations is just a fancy term for groups of organisms, right? So it's just, it's just a plural term, basically. So with the people we deal with on this tip, it's like the environment is a huge part of it, and we have to acknowledge our role in the environment. And it's a really kind of privileged perspective to be an educator, because that's sort of the job. And so the expectation is that people are going to come in not understanding something or not understanding something completely, and we have to create an environment that encourages them to improve.
Yeah.
And one of the critical, essential tools that people grossly overlook in the whole system is grades and feedback. Don't get me wrong, I'm not huge or an absolutist on either, but they work. When you want your students to pay attention to something, grade it. Right? You want them to realize they made a mistake, put some red ink on that shit. You'll get all their attention, right? So you have to give that critical feedback, or else the person never gets a signal that they need to take corrective action. And you certainly can use positive reinforcement when you can, but your positive reinforcement always has to stop short of dishonest high praise.
Right.
It is irresponsible to speak too lovingly and gloatingly and dotingly on your students. You need to be straight with them. This is not the right answer. Sorry, let's think through this a little. Let's think through this again. Let's try again. Can somebody else help them out with this one? Right. So go ahead.
One of the things I learned when I was younger and we lived in low-income neighborhoods was there's a thing that the especially low-functioning people will do. They will look for opportunities to do you a kindness. And on the surface, it looks like, oh, these people are being neighborly because poor people got to stick together. But what ends up happening is they're trying to create a sense of indebtedness with you because they want stuff from you that's going to be worth more than what they're offering. And so they want to create this feedback loop where they do little stuff for you and you do big stuff for them. We'll call it even. right? So when you end
Sure.
up with these very low functioning religious apologetics people, like, I'm sorry, Rebecca,
Absolutely.
she does you a kindness by love bombing you, but she's gonna want all kinds of adoration in return, because this creates a mutual validation cycle where she's talking all kinds of shit about atheists to your face, and because she then says something nice to you about you, and love, kindness, puppies, kittens, hugs, and rainbows, you're gonna feel guilty about calling her out on her bullshit. So you'll say something nice back about her and to her and dignify her bullshit. It's just she's just trying to create this cyclical feedback loop where you feel indebted to keep doing this kindness for her.
And then that becomes the game to her, right? Where she wants to manipulate the impression of the audience. And then it's like when you start to call her out, then she's highly taken aback by your rudeness. And then everybody comes to the defense of poor Rebecca.
Right, exactly. It's just the whole thing's just a gimmick. It's just a game they play. They want you to feel... They don't even play it well. They just don't. And this is what gets me. Like, okay, I get how they're not playing it well because they're stupid. But how is it that so many people that are intelligent in our community that they don't see it for what it is? Like, that just floors me.
Yeah, that's the part that's killing me too. And I get it at first, but you got to watch. All you got to do is watch for a little bit. And a lot of them they've watched a lot. They've watched a lot more than us. Some of them have been watching a lot more for a lot longer than us.
Mm-hmm.
And they're still like, I'm like, all right, And here's the thing, y'all. I think that's a big split in our community. We have a lot of people in our community, even atheists, even on the left, progressive, whatever it might be. They're not bleeding these issues. These are just conversational pieces to them. And they're interested in, maybe calling out some morons on YouTube, having some fun, right? This is a form of entertainment for them. And they really enjoy these type of, let's say, high-minded conversations. And so, for the most part, they're, at least in terms of the arguments and the positions and all that stuff, they're quote-unquote allies. But when the rubber meets the road, we're trying to see the actionables, right? And I think what we're realizing is a lot of them, oh no, they were just trying to play a little conversational game on YouTube, right? Like that debate me, bro, inner circle club culture thing. Like, I'm not into that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, we trying to do it, but we really came here to hurt some people's feelings. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not, and they're kind of there to play buddy, let's all sit around in the back room drinking tea together and laugh about our differences type of deal. I'm like, our differences are nothing to laugh about at the end of the day. So it's real, because I think that's what happens is I get kind of infuriating, and then I just realize that's the limit of their allyship.
Right.
They're not going to say and do the wrong things. They just don't. The follow through isn't quite there yet.
Yep. Yeah, they'll figure it out. Like, I gave Rebecca the benefit of the doubt when I first encountered her too. Like, I knew where she was coming from, and that made me suspicious. But then she got me to lower my guard, and I was like, chill with her. But then I read her book and had discussions with her, and I'm like, holy shit, right?
Yeah,
Fuck, I can't.
Yeah.
So there we were.
What do you think about? Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Then when she went after some of our people directly and said awful things to them, I was like, yeah, that's it, man.
Oh yeah, actually, I was going to ask you about that. So, what do you feel about that? Because I feel like that's kind of a darker side of this that doesn't get talked about a lot, right? But to put it simply, not just content creators and YouTubers, but also mods and fans, interact offline, right? And have friendships, relationships, communications, whatever it is. And so some of us have had offline communications with Rebecca, and then communications about our offline communications with Rebecca. And now it's like, I think a lot of us are aware of a whole different side, right? And what do we do when there's sort of this balance between like, you know, we're trying to respect, you know, people's right to their private lives and interpersonal interactions, right? But then at the same time, we're not going to be guilty of sitting around and not being real with people about, nah, dog, you saw, if you interact with so-and-so offline, oh no, trust me, you know she all the way fucked up. But, you know, at the same time, there's kind of limits to what you want to do. Go there, but if the bitch sent to my inbox, it'd be on stream. But she didn't. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, she was very selective about who she exchanged emails with on her way, quote unquote, out. Right. And there was many reasons for that. None of them were genuine. None of them were good. It was all part of the game she was running. And I'm like, nobody goes out of their way to make sure to leave that many pieces on the playing board if they're not going to keep playing the game. So I knew she was coming back. So I think we used our time wisely in the community to say, okay, she's technically gone, but she'll be back. Let's get ready for it, right? Let's make sure we're all on the same page. So when she does come back, her game just doesn't work anymore, right? Like, let's be ready for it. And hopefully we got everybody ready for it. Because
now here's what's interesting, James. There was a lot of talk about why she left in the first place. And
most people blamed us and me.
Yes. And I think that, you know, maybe that's part of it. And there was other frustrations. But she gave us a goodie on Christmas, right? I don't know if you caught it, but I want to get your thoughts on it. She basically explained why she came back. And I don't know if you caught it, but I
haven't caught it, but I know it's not going to be completely honest because it's coming from Rebecca.
James, it is all types of... Myron has blessed you this holiday season. Just hold on to your motherfucking nuts, boy. Ooh,
Peace.
James,
all right, I'm ready.
James, grab your taint. You're gonna just need to access to everything. Bitch said, as many as y'all know, which I didn't know, I've been driving for Uber and Lyft. What?
No, we
and
didn't
she
know that.
said that was an incredible source of AR, what is this? This is amazing. But she said that she was driving for Uber and Lyft and that was like a good source of evangelism for her. So we did a whole stream about how she's the worst Uber driver. Like the Uber driver called Rebecca Davis the Uber driver from hell.
We need to do a skit about that. We just do.
Oh my God, yeah, we do, dude. But she literally, and then we found out because I was ranting about it. I said I complained to the managers. Like I'd go so Karen that as soon as I got Uber on the phone, like I need to talk to your manager's manager. But I'd be so pissed off. But then we found out that these companies have a policy basically where they let people do this. Like they're aware of this. People have complained, and so far they just have we just let our drivers evangelize to people so far.
Well,
policy.
Shit, that makes me want to start taking Uber because I'd love to have some Uber arguments.
Well, dude,
I get why the community
are pissed.
I think most people should be pissed. Don't get me wrong. Most people should be pissed. But I'm kind of wired a bit differently, and so I'm like, okay, you know.
Oh, wait, you know who just showed up in chat? Spreadsheet Pete, baby.
Spreadsheet Pete, his spreadsheet.
Pete, why don't you love me unless I'm beating up on women? Pete's all about his spreadsheets, man. He's always watching, you know, he's back there, we don't know. But he doesn't, you know, if I'm not beating up on his favorite ladies, he's just, you know, I'm not spiking his adrenaline meter.
Spreadsheet Pete.
All right, so check it, right? So then she decided what she wanted to do then was do apologetics at the mall, evangelism at the mall. And so apparently her and her friend were going around at the mall, and she said that was awful. It was horrible. Like nobody wanted to talk to them, nobody wanted it. She basically said she may have managed to have like a couple of halfway decent conversation, but that it was terrible.
Right. So here's the difference. In the car, they're literally a hostage audience.
I know.
Right. And then in the mall, they're not. They can just like, fuck you, lady, and walk away. What are they going to do in a car? Roll out at 50 miles an hour? Like, they're stuck.
Exactly. And so I kind of like, James, from the social dynamics thing, that's some game, first off, right? If you're gonna be that Uber driver that actually, does the cold call, which you're the worst. I tried to make it clear. We don't want to talk to Uber drivers at all. This is why when Uber first started to happen on the East Coast and like the cities and stuff, people kept taking taxis because taxi drivers already knew to shut the fuck up. So it was worth a couple extra bucks. Like Uber drivers all of a sudden thought we were supposed to be friends because you're taking me from point A to point B for 5 or 10 minutes. And like, it's like being trapped in an elevator with somebody. I don't want to talk to you.
Right.
So that you're already messed up trying to talk to me. But anything beyond just the daily pleasantries is way overboard. Go ahead.
I agree 100%. I mean, if I was in an elevator and I don't care who it was, a couple of people, one person, man, woman, whatever, started that shit with me in an elevator, I would hit the emergency stop button right in between floors. And then I would just give them the look, right? I'm 6'2", broad shoulders.
Yeah, James.
Gruff. I would just give them the look.
Yeah.
and if that ain't enough of a hint, I take a step forward.
Yeah.
I ain't got to say shit. They'd be like, okay. And then, we can go. Like, I don't even have to. So.
Yeah, but exactly. They know they try to know who to mess with. And so it's really, that whole thing is really interesting. And then she said flat out that her mall disaster was, her prompt to come back to YouTube. So much of this is interesting because I think it really shows you the BDSM for Jesus, to where, like spitting game, I always say, right? It's one thing to, try to talk to a girl if she got her captive as a captive audience, which is, better than never shooting your shot. And it's another thing to like, approach a group of girls at the mall. Like, you gotta kind of have a pair today. You had to put your big kid pants on. So
it's just so ridiculous, though. Can you imagine?
But James, I'm giving her credit. Like you were a salesman, right?
Yeah.
So it takes some real.
Oh yeah,
something to do that job, right?
Yeah, it does. It does take a certain kind of personality strength to be able to do the job and not hate it. Like, I loved it. Like, I miss it even sometimes. So yeah, it just depends on the person.
Yeah, so I'm trying. So she's got that in her, right? She's got that motivation, that stick with it, get in there with the people and deal with the rejection and all of that. So
yeah.
But it's just interesting that we thought her leaving YouTube was, we've been so hard on Rebecca. Turns out Rebecca's a little bit more cruising for a bruising than any of us had in mind, right? And seems to hunger for some ability to escalate. Like, that one-on-one thing isn't enough, clearly.
Right.
The mall thing seemed to be maybe a little bit too, right? And so I think she's almost saying, hey, you guys are... But I'm like, what does it say about it? Because to me, it says we didn't go out nearly hard enough the last time. If you think you're going to realize the failure you had as a mall apologist and then fall back to the YouTube shit, it almost, in some sense, was validated what we saying. Like, nah, we got to come at her for real this time. Because I feel like, again, it's all like, I hate to say it, it feels weaponized. Like, our journey to find our truth, to help the people around us just get away from this shit, is now totally being obstructed with people who just want to manipulate people emotionally, total bad faith actors. And I just see her as a hostile presence because that's what they're here to do. You know, first stream back, how to pray your atheist loved ones into heaven anyway and all of this shit. Like, nah, you right back on that anti-atheist. Oh, and her stream, she was like, somebody asked her, have you thought any more about, you know, evolution or young earth creationism or, you know, changing your thinking in those areas? She said, no, if anything, I'm more motivated than ever to make conversation, to make content about YEC. And then straight back to the grift. Not sure if I'll do it on this or a second channel, but yeah. So she's just like literally like right back at it, man.
Right back at it. So, I mean, this is stuff she should talk to her therapist about, to be honest.
I know, but James, I'm just saying on our reputation, bro, I'm not comfortable being less hostile than your average fucking suburban mall. Like,
sure.
We got to give more pushback than kids on their way to Spencer's, bro.
Right. So the first thing I want to point out is those kids at Spencer's did give the pushback, though.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
people,
proud about it. Yeah.
So
wait,
we
James,
got people,
hang
right?
on. One second, real quick. To all the mall people for rejecting Rebecca. Y'all deserve some sincere applause. All right, go ahead, James.
That's right. So she could not find an audience anywhere that wanted to hear her bullshit, except in a car going 50 miles an hour because people can't roll out without dying. So, you know, society has voted, right? They have voted, and we don't want to hear no more of that shit. Like, you know, people can say that it's, you know, loving and kind and helpful, but we know it ain't, right? The only people saying that it's a good thing are the fundamentalist assholes. So only people saying that that counts as a kindness are assholes, super assholes, uber assholes, right? Everybody else knows. In fact, I guarantee some of the people she walked up to in the mall were Christians, but they weren't her kind of Christian. They heard that shit and said, oh, hell no, you're part of that cult that gives all of us a bad name. Fuck this shit.
And this is why I think the non-evangelicals are a bunch of cowards, because they know this shit too. They just can't let go of their little favorite status in the bigger Christian grift. They want it. They want it both. They want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to eat from both tables. They want to say, "Hey, respect me as a progressive, you know, 21st century thinking, you know, reasonable neighbor," and then they want to go to the other side and say, you know, love me, treat me like one of the special chosen few in your happy little kingdom.
Who just wants you to know that you don't even deserve to exist and deserve a violent end any day now. And your children. And any gay people you know. Yeah.
It's
like, whatever. Like, come on. I was like,
yeah.
So I'm glad. Yeah, and as far as like my response to Rebecca, you know, when she shows up, I'm ready. And she knows I'm ready, right? She showed up earlier today on Mike Answers an Atheist, and Channel 9 was there. She said hi, and she did not stick around, right? I acknowledged her right away. She's like, well, I'm done here. She just left, right? And it's like, she knows when I'm not going to give her an inch, right? Not even a tip. I mean, not even a tip. We ain't even playing the game. So, you know, yeah, I'm going to encourage everybody out there in the community that if you run into her, be nice. She's being nice, but the moment she starts bringing you that Jesus, that toxic, abusive, awful Jesus cult bullshit, call her on it. Don't smile at her. Don't say that's nice, Rebecca. Tell her it's some evil shit and she should be ashamed of herself.
Yeah, I don't think she'll talk to me anymore, honestly. I don't think she will. I wouldn't advise her. I wouldn't advise her to.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll have a conversation. It's just not going to go the way she wants. You know?
Yeah, she's not going
to like it.
All right, I'm going to play some more of this.
It is one.
Thanks so much for joining me, James. Love having you here for this shit, man.
100% manipulation.
Link in the description, man. Y'all got it. Man, most of y'all probably subscribe to James Apperson, but you know what? We're getting a lot of new viewers. We're getting a lot of new subs. So we always got to remind people, please subscribe to James Apperson. Wonderful, wonderful channel.
entirely
Link
the
in the
gaslighter's
description.
responsibility to change their behavior. It doesn't matter how they picked up their gaslighting, they are 100% responsible for it and for changing it. Why is gaslighting dangerous? It is dangerous because of the subtleness and the insidiousness of it all. A gaslighter can be smiling, joking, being the life of the party, winning people's admiration and favor. He or she can give glowing, loving, affectionate introductions and reports in public about his or her spouse and children, to the point of making people feel envious that the spouse and children have such an amazing father or mother. But in private, the gaslighter can turn into a tyrant and terrorize the very family that they elevate and show affection to in public. Why do they do this?
That's exactly Christianity described right there. That's exactly Christianity described. You know, look at how much my father loves me. Don't we have a wonderful family? But then it all comes out that their God says horribly abusive. So do their preachers, their clergy, their youth pastors. All of it. Yep. And this was part of in fact, this was the main theme in Dark Matter 2025's video called Abuser, right? So it sets it up where you see a typical household where there's an abuser household. So there's this guy that says horrible, horrible things to this woman that he's with. And it's like they pull out every cliche that abusers say to their victims. The way they reason, the way they think, the way they treat them. And then so afterwards, she leaves the guy and she goes to church. And the church goes to console her. And the church says every damned thing that the abusive boyfriend said to the woman when she lived with him. Every single thing the church said to her, but they said it in a nice Rebecca way. They said it in this polite, caring tone. You know, that you just need to understand that you're worthless without the Father's love, and we need to understand that we're so unworthy of Him, that we're so far beneath Him. That he's so great, he's willing to love us anyways, right? So the pastor is saying all the same shit the abusive guy did to the woman, but the abusive guy said it loud and with animosity in his voice and anger and all that crap. And then, but the preacher, like Rebecca, says all the same shit nicely in a nice, calm tone of voice. Like, well, we just all need to know that we're absolute shit. Right. And as long as we can accept that we're absolute shit and don't even deserve the air that we breathe, then we can look around for a father who will love us anyways. And despite the fact that we don't deserve to be loved. And he'll even maybe he'll even allow us to live. Maybe, just maybe, he won't violently kill us like he's done to many of his other children before. And like he's definitely planning to do to you if you don't make him happy. Right? If you don't kiss his ass on bended knee day and night and make sure that you only think, you can't even just serve him. You can't even just flatter him. You better make sure that your thoughts and that your feelings, in other words, your heart condition, matches what he wants it to be. Because if you're not genuine in the way that you feel to this father figure, he'll know. He can read your thoughts and he will be very, very angry. Probably it'll make it to where all the stuff you do for him won't count for dick. Because, you know, you gotta really mean it. You gotta really mean it. Or else he'll have no choice but to hurt you. And it'll be your own fault for rejecting him by not thinking exactly what he wanted you to think and not feeling exactly what he wanted you to feel. And every single time you stray and you think something that you're pretty sure maybe he wouldn't approve of, well, you better feel such sickening, heavy shame about that you throw yourself back down on your knees again. Might help to buy some knee pads. And just re-petition yourself, re-ask for forgiveness for being so loathsome that you don't even deserve the love that he gives you, that you don't even deserve the borrowed time that you're on where he lets you live, because he hasn't gotten around to his scheduled rage where he goes around killing every man, woman, and child violently who doesn't happen to be making him happy at the time. He's done it before. He'll do it again. He's drowned entire families, entire communities, puppies, kittens, you name it. He'll drown the little fuckers because he just gets so angry that people aren't perfect and that people don't make their lives all about him, where their every goal in life, their priorities, their values, their ideals, their very identity, all about him 24/7. Your entire world should revolve around him. You should think of your existence as being all about him. You should make sure that you praise him morning, noon, and night. And you better find a way to make sure you mean it. Because again, if you don't, he'll know. And he tends to be very, very violent when he gets in a mood. And it'll be your own damn fault when it happens. And so, you know, if a therapist were to give this kind of advice to a domestic abuse victim, they would lose their license immediately as long as it was proven that they said this shit. But a pastor can give this advice to this family with this imagined father figure, right, whom they represent, so they are, in effect, the abuser, right? And so the God isn't real, but the pastor is real. The youth pastor, the preacher, whatever you want to call them, they're a real person right there in your face with a smile on their face, like they're doing you a kindness. They are your abuser. They are the abuser you need to escape from, no matter how nice they make it sound. It only sounds nice to somebody who thinks so low of themselves that it sounds like more than they deserve, which is exactly what grace means. When Christians offer the promise of grace, grace translated from ancient language literally means undeserved kindness. The proposition is that you do not deserve the kindnesses given to you. That's what the offer of grace is. It is an insult. You lowly maggot. Whatever you get, you should be thankful for, right? And it's just exactly what the lady in the video was talking about. She's describing this family that's under this abuser, where they project themselves to the community at large as this loving, cohesive family who are so lucky to have the parent or parents that they have. But behind closed doors, when you really think about what's being said, when you really see how it's all unfolding, and when scientists and doctors study the effects on the mind of the people, the mental health of the people that are in these situations, they find that it's a mess. They find that all of that gaslighting, all that emotional, psychological abuse, all that social abuse takes its toll. And so we end up with people finally waking up and realizing in droves that this is abuse. And so they are leaving Christianity faster than they ever have before in the last 1900 years of Christianity's existence. And we have this great awakening, as I call it, to thank for that, because people are going on the internet and people are going to schools and universities and people are talking openly and freely now in a society that's way more free than Christians want it to be. The internet is where religions go to die. That's why the internet is where Rebecca's missionary work went to die, because that's what happens. In the light of truth and decency, it shrivels and it cannot thrive. Yeah. But it can thrive when you're stuck in an Uber car going 50 miles an hour.
Yeah. And we can make sure that at least our community is an unwelcome part of town for that type of bullshit. Where people know, cool, you can fly your gang colors if you want, but we're going to fly ours, and we're going to defend our territory too. And like I said, the internet is not big enough for me and her. It just isn't. It doesn't have to be. I don't have to let it be. I don't care. I don't have to do this person any favors, right? I don't. People got me fucked up, right? Like,
right.
I don't have to make this easy for you, right? Like,
don't have to make it easy at all. And I gotta ask Cameron later which thing I said that had him laugh. I love when Cameron shows up, man.
All right, I want to hear what you want to say about it, because she's gonna get into some more of this shit where they just are. This whole thing is an exercise in gaslighting, and it's why I think people I'm sure this woman is not getting the type of pushback she needs. I'm 100% sure of it.
Sure.
It is the gaslighter's way of controlling how people view them. If so many people in the public sphere see the amazing, wonderful public persona of the gaslighter, and no one has seen the ugly tyrant side, then maybe the victim of the gaslighter is the one who is out to lunch. Maybe the victim is the one with the problems and not the gaslighter. Because after all, isn't a testimony established by 2 or 3 witnesses? So you have all these witnesses seeing a charming side of the gaslighter, while only a very few or no one sees a dark, destructive side. And this is why gaslighting is so dangerous, because it isolates the people who are being abused by triangulating everyone else against them. And not only that, the people who are triangulated against the victim perpetuate the emotional abuse by buying into the gaslighter's wonderful, amazing persona and gaslighting the victim even further. So now...
Yeah, I've dated people like this. And it wasn't only until I realized what they were doing to me that I realized the part I played in them doing that to other people. So... like my ex-girlfriend, her sister was super cool, like really cool person. But like a lot of younger people kind of still trying to find her way. And she kind of like, I don't know, didn't want to be with the family anymore. So she ends up, you know, trying to live with my now ex-girlfriend and, you know, trying to maybe see if she can help her, you know, get her independence and figure out what she wants to do, right? Again, like the love bombing, right? I'm going to help you get your shit together.
Right.
I'm going to help you get back in school. I'm going to help you do this. I'm going to get a great job, and I'm going to get you freedom. It's going to be great, right? You know? So she buys into this, right? You know, when I first meet her, we're in like the honeymoon phase of our relationship. And so when she starts like complaining about her sister and the hard time she's having and all this type of stuff, I'm like feeling so bad for her sister, but I'm mostly feeling bad for her. And then later I realized, I was like, oh, holy shit. I was doing that thing where like I would come around and I'd make it seem like she was the most wonderful person ever. Because at that point I was buying into the persona myself, right?
Yep, that's what I did too for my ex.
Yeah, and then later when I realized that she was treating me like a dog after having built me up, I said, oh shit, this is what she did to her sister. And, you know, like, damn, like, that's cold. But yeah, you usually don't realize it. And that's what's I can't stand about this is that you have to not take anything in the world seriously to take your faith this seriously, because you don't care about the reality of gaslighting. You don't care about the real damage it does in the real world to real people. Instead, this is a form of illusion. It's a form of stagecraft. It's a magic trick, right? It's I'm going to give you the setup, the rhetoric, the appearance, the language of a really deep and meaningful psychological discussion to enlighten you. And in reality, it's just a gaffe, right? It's just sleight of hand. And all you're then doing is taking that language and using it as a tool of projection. And that is it's tragically irresponsible, but it's also a miseducation, right? Again, it's now, instead of being able to properly introduce someone to gaslighting and lead them naturally to where they're either participating in it or they've got it going on in their life with their faith. as soon as they hear it drop, they're gonna go to the apologetic playbook version, and then you're gonna have to a lot of undoing to get them back to neutral, and then and that's the problem we have, and this is kind of getting into something I think that might be a theme for me in 2023, which is they're all apologists. There's no such thing as a Christian who's not an apologist. They may not participate in it or buy it or whatever, but a lot of them do. And because they call it, I like to read Christian authors or watch Christian programming and all this type of shit, right? That's what it is, right? Christian radio, it's what they're getting, right? And then on top of that, they're getting it from the pulpit. So they may, like, it was like my mom first did, and we're gonna have a different conversation about that, her and I, but we will. It was like, she went straight to the apologetic playbook of, I don't want to debate, and I hate having everything turn into a debate. Well, then why are you turning everything into a debate, right? They don't even realize that, because it's just a talking point that they've heard, because that's what is fed to them from the pulpit, dishonest communication tactics. And so when they go to quote unquote represent or defend their faith, they just reach for what they've heard.
Right. Yeah, I mean that's it. They've been taught to lie systematically and to abuse systematically. And they're so programmed into it, they can't see past it. They don't even recognize the evils that it is. Like, they can specifically plan on being dishonest, but not think of it as dishonesty. They can specifically gaslight you intentionally, but not think of it as gaslighting.
Right.
They can specifically be violent and not think of it as violence.
Yes, and we're going to get on that, but go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's the three examples I had off the top of my head.
Did you want to mention something? You've dropped a couple links. I meant to ask you about the previous one, but whatever.
So this one, I made sure to include the description for this one. This was Worshipping Narcissists by Theremin Trees.
Oh, I'm sure I did.
Yeah. I don't remember what the last one was. I have to go scroll back up and look. But, yeah, so AR dropped a link. I know I dropped one at some point. Oh, I dropped a link from an article from renowned cognitive scientist Robert Sapolsky, where he talks about Christianity. So he continues, and then I concluded a quote, like a key quote from that article. The exact same traits in which a secular context are life-destroying and separate you from the community are at the core of what is protected, what is sanctioned, what is rewarded, and what is valued in religious settings. Right? So in other words, they know that life teaches that those behaviors are absolutely life-destroying and community-destroying, family-destroying, but then they still take those behaviors that life teaches all of us isn't okay.
Right.
And then they go into their religious, into their church and their religious homes and their religious communities, and they do exactly the things life taught them not to do.
And I absolutely believe it now leads to, and I'm just becoming convinced of this as we're having this conversation, but I've been thinking about this kind of, I'm really convinced that it leads to the biological inheritance of mental health problems, right?
It does.
Like
in fact,
these
I've done a lot of
issues
research
of
on that.
bipolar and narcissism and all these conditions. It's like
epilepsy,
you're selecting for
schizophrenia.
that. You're creating a cult where you go, let's reproduce, elevate, let's reproduce exclusively with people who are on this type of tip. Let's elevate people exclusively who are on this type of tip. Let's worship, praise, and adore people who are on this type of tip.
Right.
Yeah, see that thing about evolution that they don't want to accept? Yeah, well, this is what happens.
Right, but
of course
I was
going to say, so of course we have the rampant mental health issues we have. We've been selecting for the craziest amongst us. Go ahead.
Yes, we have. And that's exactly part of their mating strategy. Because if you think about it, the higher functioning someone is, the less likely they are to have children. And if they have them, the fewer that they'll have on average. Statistically, this is a very strong statistic.
Yes, absolutely.
And so by creating so much dysfunction, intentionally restricting opportunities for education and cognitive development and emotional regulation, and intentionally creating people that will be pair off as abusers and victims and celebrate it and think that that's the way life is supposed to be, they end up generating all these really low functioning people who are so empty inside that they feel like having kids is the solution.
Yeah.
And they've been told by their religion that it certainly is part of the solution. That's what they're supposed to do. And so they just start breeding like fucking rabbits, and they breed a whole lot more dysfunctionals that go out there and do even more damage to our world and feel good about it. And we need to really address that. I don't know how we're going to address that, except with education, right? And continuing to raise the bar in society. And it's working.
We also need to call it out as a diluted fertility cult. Like it's really, or I should say reproductive cult or something would be probably better, because fertility can get in the land fertility. But
sure.
It's and of course it's got all of the literal sexual and marital laws and control and prohibition to clearly define it as such. We just won't, because Christians will get mad if you say it.
Yep, they'll get mad, but I don't care. Let them get mad.
Let them get
if
mad.
They get mad, it's because it stings. It needs to sting, so let it happen.
Yeah, and yeah, let's just keep going. I want to hear what you guys say about the rest. I'm glad we got this video today.
Now, the victim of the gaslighter has become the victim of a collective group of gaslighters, and that can be pretty traumatic. And when you have so many people that believe in the gaslighter's false public persona, then the victim can actually start to question their own sanity and judgment and think they are the ones who are bad or having the problems. Because after all, if so many people believe that the gaslighter is this amazing person, then the victim starts to feel like they are crazy and that something is off or inherently wrong with them.
Go ahead, James.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Christians call it sin. Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Something is off or inherently wrong with you.
Yeah.
You should question your reality. This is what presuppositionalists specialize in. Without good reason, they just want you to be they're trying to create a mind fog of self-doubt. You have no justification for any confidence that you have in your perceptions of reality at all. And you should, and they try to create this fog and this confusion and this self-doubt and this self-loathing, so they control the conversation and they yell over you and they interrupt you and they misrepresent you and they constantly gaslight you and they play these weird head games that don't make any sense, and pretty soon your whole brain gets kind of foggy and mushy and you start doubting yourself and you're like, wait, what just happened? And like that happened the other day. I joined a stream like this past week. I don't remember which day it was. Peter W. frequents this channel called JG. It's a small channel, but that's one of the places, one of the corners of the internet that Peter W. hangs out in. Now, Peter W. Finally shared a screen with me here last week. Normally he won't do that, but JG is a bully, and he's a gaslighter, and he's just a fucking horrible human being. And so Richard Madsen was on there because he hangs out over there too. And I like talking with Richard Madsen as long as we're not talking about super ancient space Jesus. Like, as long as we can keep him off that topic, we can have some pretty decent conversations. In fact,
Dr. Allison,
Sorry, I hit the wrong button. I'm trying to back you.
Oh, it's okay.
Good.
So I joined the stream to talk briefly with Richard, and then after a minute, Richard went and took a smoke break, and I should have just left at that point, because I said before I got in there, I'm like, look, I'm really tired tonight. I'm too tired to have real discussion. I haven't slept in days, but Richard's here, and I wanted to ask him something, so I went on there. Well, I talked for a minute, and then Richard left, and I should have just said, well, I got to go too, but I didn't. And then he started, and then the host of the channel started his presuppositionalist bullshit. And so Peter jumped up on there, because Peter knows, if you've ever listened to Peter talk, like on a stream, and I'm not trying to bash on him at all, but if you listen to him, it becomes quite obvious why he wouldn't step into the ring with me. But if he can stand behind a bully, like a bully on the playground, and shout from behind the bully, ha, yeah, take that, you atheist, right? Then now he's got the courage to share screen space with me. And that's what happened the other day. And it was just the same kind of bullshit that all the pre-suppers do. It was like Darth Dawkins level awful. And if for some reason these people feel like it's okay for them to be dishonest and gaslight and be like socially abusive and violent, emotionally violent, because they're entitled to it, because all things for the glory of the Lord. And if we're the evil atheist, then anything they can do to subvert us or to undermine us or to mischaracterize us or injure us in some way ends up serving their agenda. It makes Jesus happy, right? And that's what they imagine. And it's just all kinds of levels of awful. But it's the same thing I've been running into everywhere, in all the apologetic channels, right? Like, this isn't new to us at all. So
I think it's an acceptable form of racism for a lot of these people. If they can put the racism on something, like you said, that isn't about color. It's about I'm just being loyal to my God, they're being loyal to their God, and it's this whole game they want to play. But I think they're all bad faith actors. I can't state this enough. Even the people in my own family, even your average doesn't have a clue Christian. It doesn't matter. Like, at some point, it's their responsibility to get one. And if you didn't examine the basic claims of your magical reality before making that the core of your identity, then it's just because you weren't interested. You didn't care if it was true or not.
Right.
There's no Christian to me that could sit there and say, "Oh, you don't think God exists? Oh, you think I'm just talking to myself when I pray? Yeah, I never thought about that. Oh, you mean I accept the miracles of Jesus because the Bible says so, but I don't accept the same miracle claims of any other religion? Yeah, I never thought about that."
Right. They've thought about it.
They've thought about it. They know.
They know. They know they're being hypocritical and dishonest.
Yeah. Like, so, and that's where we come in, right? Again, back to the environment. What they want to do is rope you into being dishonest with them. And if they can get you to at least back off of it, they can get you to be complicit by your silence. In other words, they want us to give them permission to not know any better.
Right. They're never going to get that. Not from us. Hell no.
Hopefully. All right, let's jump back into this, because she's actually gonna get to the shit that gets super cringy, which is her biblical examples.
Wrong with them. And that is exactly what a gaslighter wants. The gaslighter uses gaslighting to, number one, gain power and control, number two, to make their victims dependent on them, and number three, to isolate their victims from everyone else around them. It is truly a sick and diabolical form of abuse. So I want to shift gears and share an example from scripture about someone who tries to gaslight God. Imagine that, gaslighting God.
And this is really hard too, because this is the part we want to get to, where she gets into gaslighting God. But I just want to quickly highlight the satanic stuff, because that's really problematic. Because to even have an honest conversation now with somebody about religion and stuff, we need to talk about this shit. And now that very term is going to give them this satanic association. And so when you tell them that they're guilty of gaslighting, or God's a gaslighter, or religion's gaslighting and shit like that, it's got this whole fucking nether realm, overlord of the dark overlord, Satan's mech. You know what I mean? Like, it's so poisoned. Like, to say that it's demonic and it's satanic.
Right, that's the satanic panic. It's just like the Red Scare back in the days where, like, we were fighting against the Soviet Republic. It's the same kind of propaganda that they've been brainwashed into. And so, yeah, if we say anything about their dear leader being questionable at all, then that just reaffirms that we're evil, right? It's that circular reasoning. You have to be wrong because I'm right, and I'm right because you have to be wrong. And they're just stuck in this feedback loop, and they can't get out of it. They don't want to get out of it. They don't give a fuck about facts and logic and what lessons we can learn from history and psychology and anything else. They just know that this magical story that they've seeded their character inside of, that it's not even who they really are. It's just a scripted character with their name on it that they identify with. They just know that it's true and that they dare not question it because only an evil person would. And they're so trapped into it. That's what all cults do. How do they not notice? That is literally
How do they not notice? That's what I mean. Like, that's what I mean, James. How do they not notice? And I honestly think they do. But look, here's the opportunity for us. Hold the mirror up to him and let's see who's who. I really think, in some sense, I think we overcomplicate this. I think in a lot of these relationships, we're going to make headway. Some people are going to be too far gone. Some people you might have to cut off. But I got a sneaking suspicion, like, a lot of people in our lives in the next couple years, especially at prompting of conversations with us, are going to substantially soften their Christian identities, if not leave them altogether. I'm convinced, James, that a huge part of the lie we've bought into is how difficult it's actually going to be to get people to leave religions. Because the truth is, a lot of people are like us. They're more interested in the truth. They're more interested in what's right. They're more interested in good character. And nobody's really ever, like, been able to kind of, like, put it to them plainly. And I think that's why a lot of them haven't looked. But I think if you really make them look at it, you're gonna see, and I just think, like, for a lot of us, like, we just left it because you got some clarity finally, and you got some answers, and, you know, somebody helped you, like, think through it, you know,
right?
Especially if it's like a loved one or a friend, and you're just able to kind of take the criticism and the skepticism a little bit more seriously, you know. And then you had a conversation, you think about it. And I think for so many of us, the hardest part is going to be to have the conversation. But what you're going to find is when you have the conversation, really not that hard.
Right.
And then it'll be awkward at first, but I just think you'll keep having the conversation. Like, you know what I mean? And it just gets easier with time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think part of what they want us to believe is how, like, I don't think their beliefs are as rigid as they want us to think they are, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, they have doubts they won't admit to and realize the strength of some of our arguments. They try not to think about it.
Now, that's not all of them. Some of them are going to become Otangelo, Peter W., Rebecca, Rob from Sentinel Apologetics, or whoever, but most won't.
Right.
And I'm going to talk about how God deals with it. It is the story of King Saul. And as I go through the story, you will see how the story really captures two different realities playing out at the same time. Saul's reality and God's reality. So you can find this story in 1 Samuel 15, and I'm just going to paraphrase it here. So you have Saul, who is king of Israel at the time, and God gives Saul some clear instructions on how he would like Saul to approach going to war against the Amalekites. And here is what God tells Saul to do. He says, now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. Pretty straightforward instructions, right? Destroy everything. Don't spare anything, pretty much sums it up. So Saul summons his soldiers, sets up an ambush.
Shit. Go ahead, James. Yeah, I didn't know what you wanted to do, but yeah, go ahead.
She just glances past all that like it's a grocery shopping list.
Seriously, though, right? The righteous order for a genocide, a complete genocide of an entire people group.
Right. And the animal groups as well. Puppies, kittens, drown every kitten, kick every puppy, bash every infant's head against the rocks. So saith the Lord, because I am love.
Yeah. And so cheap plug here. Uncle Bobby and I, what I'm trying to set up is for Uncle Bobby and I to review the recent Jordan Peterson 2-hour podcast with Amala as our movie night for Patreons. And so I think we might do that tomorrow night. I think maybe we'll do it so that the audio is on YouTube, like Uncle Bobby style, but we want to get a movie night in there for our Patreon people. And since it's on topic, we might do it that way. So my Patreon link's down there, and check out Uncle Bobby's videos for his. And I think that's what we're gonna do tomorrow. But anyway, I want to take a page out of his playbook here, because when he talks about abuse, which we really appreciate James' perspective, and Uncle Bobby's is that he's a women's self-defense instructor, so you both have a lot to contribute there. And he's talked a lot about how religion literally makes you demonstrate all the symptoms, hallmark symptoms of a battered spouse syndrome. But the example he used is bitch, didn't I tell you there needs to be 3 ice cubes in this glass?
Right.
I count 1, 2, 2 ice cubes. Now, when I whoop your monkey ass, you need to understand it's because I said there needs to be not 1, not 2, and definitely not 4 or fucking 5, but precisely 3 goddamn ice cubes in this glass, bitch. And then you throw it at her face across the room.
Mm-hmm.
Bitch, you are so lucky the wall made that glass splatter before it bounced back on your monkey head. Now grab another glass, and there better be 3 ice cubes in this shit.
Mm-hmm.
So not only is she about to tell us Saul was all types of fucked up for not
being violent enough.
For not being violent enough. But this is what God. Wait till you hear what God just cannot get over.
Against the Amalekites, and then he goes to attack them. But here's what Saul does. The Bible says Saul and the army spared Agag and the best of the sheep and cattle, the fat calves and lambs, everything that was good. These they were unwilling to destroy completely. But everything that was despised and weak, they totally destroyed. So God's instructions to Saul were not to spare a single thing. And God spelled it out for him. It was very clear. And yet we see that Saul did not destroy everything completely, but only the things that were weak and despised.
She's a psychopath, right, James? Please tell me this makes you a psychopath for saying shit like this, right?
Yeah, she's a psychopath. I mean, let's not sugarcoat it. Let's not make excuses. She's a psychopath.
Literally, y'all, 3 ice cubes. God is like, you spared one person some valuable calves and a few fertile plots of land. Not, hey, yeah, so when you destroy that whole kingdom and eliminate the entire people group, yeah, since we're going to take that land, it might be nice to kickstart it with a few cows, a couple nice plots of land so your people can eat in their newly conquered territory.
Mm-hmm.
God is like, did I say genocide an entire population -1? Did I still kill everything that lives except for the cows and some choice pastures of grass? The fuck is wrong with you, King Saul? I regret making you king. Oh, you should never. You were the worst. You are the worst. Right? Literally, in his genocide, the likes of which Hitler only achieved in ejaculation in fantasy. Like, Hitler never was that successful. Yeah, Hitler, you suck. Yeah, Kanye.
Right.
Kanye, this is how you really talk about Hitler. Hitler sucks at everything, including genocide. Okay? He ain't even do that shit right. Okay? But the Bible, oh no, the Bible took that Hitler shit and it was like, nah, that's play time. Nah, we mean everybody.
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 Every blade of grass, every mushroom, every insect, every caterpillar.
Yeah.
If
If I dig a hole in that ground and there's some worms and they're alive and they come out, I'm
all types of hurt. And so apparently Saul was way too humane for God. Like in leaving a person alive, sparing a few cows, few plots of grass, that type of weak. This is where the right gets it from. That basically God was like, what type of woke ass leftist right caught up in your feels are you? That was God's response.
It's exactly it, man. It's brilliant. Exactly fucking it, man.
Oh my goodness. What a bunch of trash. All right, here we go.
It is interesting to note that after Saul's battle, God said to Samuel the prophet, I regret that I have made Saul king because he has turned away from me and has not carried out my instructions. So Samuel was angry and he cried out to the Lord all that night. So God was grieved and Samuel was crying all night because of Saul's disobedience to God. Was Saul aware that he was not following God's instructions? Did he have a true grasp on what was really going on and the sin he committed? The thing about gaslighters is that they may have a grasp on reality, but they recreate another version of it in order to manipulate and control their victim and avoid looking in the mirror.
Fuck me.
This is what I mean about the well poisoning. It's just too much.
I mean, she is batshit crazy. I mean, she should be in an in-house like institution and never let out. Like, it's just not safe for society. She should just no.
Awful. I mean, really, really bad. And the thing is, it's like instead she's got 46, almost 50,000 subs. So that's, that's like Derek. That's somewhere between Gnostic and Formic and Derek, and 189,000 views on a video like this. So she's in that. I'll tell you who she is, James. She's in that category of YouTubers that get so many views and shit that like they don't even push like they so they don't care. Like she don't care. Like she getting that. You know what I'm saying? She make money. This is all she does. And then she gonna do her little courses. Like she's building her little grift pyre here.
Yeah, she is. And people are asking in chat, when is she going to get to the gaslighting part soon? Because so far in the story, Saul has not said anything to God like, you didn't say the thing you said. I know you didn't say that. Like, is that coming up soon in the story?
We'll review. I don't think I noticed it, but we'll see.
Fully well what they are doing is wrong. Or they may recreate another reality to such a degree that they actually convince themselves that their reality is truth and thereby deceive themselves. So after Saul fights in the battle, two realities begin to play out. The first
I remember.
reality,
I'll say it.
and the truth of the matter is that Saul did not follow God's instructions, and God was grieved that he made Saul king. Samuel, as a result, wept all night long. Now, while this was going on, Saul's alternate reality was playing out. He believed himself to be a hero after fighting in that battle, and he went to Carmel to set up a monument in his own honor. Talk about complete opposite realities. And Saul's greeting to Samuel is interesting. He says, "Blessed are you of the Lord. I have performed the commandment of the Lord." Of all the things Saul could say, this is what he starts with. Why does Saul feel so compelled to emphasize his obedience as the first and foremost thing in his greeting to Samuel? Was he trying to preempt the situation and manipulate Samuel by subtly imposing his version of events before Samuel could call him out on what was really happening? Or was Saul that deceived about his behavior? He seemed to be clueless that he did anything wrong. It seems that Saul may have told himself a story to justify doing his own thing and then deceived himself that he was on track. He may have told himself that the end justifies the means. A gaslighter is likely to come up with a...
Yeah.
The end justifies the means is the moral of every damn story in the Bible.
Always.
No matter how much violent you do, it leads to some ultimate good that we just don't know about yet. And so this just gets me, like, the end justifies the means, like it's some ethic they don't agree with when it's literally central to their entire religion. And in the meantime, which motherfucker in that story heard the voice of God telling him what to go do to those people in the land and the livestock and everything else? Was it Saul or was it Samuel? Because if it was Saul that heard it, then Saul is simply speaking to his understanding of what he was told. And that's not gaslighting. That's either he, that's the voices in his head told him whatever the voices in his head told him. Now, if it's Samuel that heard it, same damn thing. If Samuel failed to communicate it well enough to Saul, maybe Saul thought he was like exaggerating a bit, right? Because that happens a lot. Like, and they've talked about that in Mythvision a lot, where there's a lot of hyperbole. There's a lot of, every this and all of that, but what they mean is functionally all of it, like, basically all of it. And so Christians will pick and choose which times they want to say this literally meant what it says, or it's just hyperbole and it doesn't mean it in a literal figure speech.
Right.
They get to pick and choose all the goddamn time.
Every example.
So which of those two motherfuckers, was it Samuel or was it Saul who heard the voice of God? Because they ain't going to both hear it. If they both hear the voice of God, they're going to hear something different than each other. Right? And if only one of them hears it, then the other one is not in a position to question them because they're part of the same cult. And you either believe a motherfucker's hearing the voice of God in his head or you don't. So if Saul says, I heard God say this, Samuel's not in a position to tell him, no, you didn't. And vice versa. They can't. And this is the whole thing about the Holy Spirit and this idea of God talking to us in mysterious ways, no matter if it's a voice in your head or a feeling or a gut instinct or, a vision or a dream or whatever it is that you had. This is what happens. The different cults, the different sections of Christianity all say, well, God spoke to me and told me this thing, right? And then some other Christian comes up, and sometimes in the same damn church, and says, no, God spoke to me on this, and he said the opposite thing. You're so rebellious against God, you're not listening to what God's telling you. And this is the problem, because they both are listening to what they think God is telling them. But that's the problem, because it's just mental illness. It's just people who are like psyched into the state of mind where they think the random homicidal shit in their head is coming from the creator of the universe. That's the problem.
Exactly. And the book tells them it is, because they have the same type of homicidal thoughts that he gave them, that he put there.
Nah.
All right, the other thing that's killing me about this is he did exactly what God told him to do. And God is the only gaslighter here. God is the one saying, bitch, I said everybody. And she's telling us a story where Saul's gaslighting God after he did God's bidding. And that's what I mean about being weaponized. Like, you have to work hard to actually go out of your way to learn all about gaslighting, so then you can construct an artificial example of it to then blame the victim so that you can label the victim the perpetrator.
Mm-hmm.
In your own goddamn Bible.
Uh-huh. And in the meantime, like, how in the hell is God going to be surprised by shit? How the hell is God going to take it personal?
I didn't even know if we should touch on the perfect God who then regrets who he makes king, like everything else.
I made a mistake. I should have made him king. Like, yeah, bitch, you made a mistake. You didn't find someone like that's on you, isn't it, God? Like, you didn't find someone homicidal.
You know what, James? That isn't on God. No? It's whatever the ultimate. The question of questions. Where did God come from? Whoever created God, thanks a lot.
Right?
If Yahweh's what popped out of your factory,
mm-hmm.
Yahweh's like, if gods exist, Yahweh's like the real fucked up, like he really is like the royal offspring product of incest. Totally like fucked up.
Right.
Like, we didn't get the good son. Like, they literally did give us the defect prototype that just first thing that popped out.
God is not sending us his best people.
Oh, man.
A million reasons to justify in their minds a wrong behavior, to the point where they don't see anything wrong with behavior. Their conscience slowly becomes seared, their hearts become hardened, and they lose sensitivity to the Holy Spirit. They become self-deceived by their own lies that they declare to themselves and the people around them. When Samuel confronted Saul about not following God's instructions, Saul did not own up to it. His response was, "But I did obey the Lord. I went on the mission the Lord assigned me. I completely destroyed the Amalekites and brought back Agag, their king. The soldiers took sheep and cattle from the plunder, the best of what was devoted to God, in order to sacrifice them to the Lord your God at Gilgal." Notice that Samuel reconstructed a new reality in his mind.
It just wasn't enough. This is, I don't.
Right.
Oh, my goodness.
So his conscience was so damaged that he didn't kill everything? Like, in what universe does that work? Where you say, wow, you didn't literally kill every single kitten, puppy, and baby? You didn't literally burn every blade of grass? You monster! Like, who the fuck? Oh.
But God has to be the ultimate expression of love. I just don't understand why there's such an audience for this, and why
because there's a lot of God out.
There's
a lot of awful people in this world. That's why. There's a lot of awful people because they're churning them out, breeding babies, like rabbits, and then training them to be awful. That's why.
All right, can't argue with that.
Find what God wanted based on what he himself wanted, which was all the good animals and the cattle, rather than truly aligning himself with God's heart. And notice the subtle blame shifting in Saul's response. Saul told Samuel that the soldiers took the sheep and the cattle as plunder. He threw his own men under the bus. But if you rewind back a few verses, the Bible actually states that Saul and the army spared Agag and the best of the sheep, cattle, the fat calves and lambs, everything that was good. Saul was the leader. Saul was in on it, but Saul gaslighted by making his actions look like...
He said, bro, I conquered that entire people group. I delivered their king. I took their best of their shit. I took the best of their shit and I offered it to God. And then I used some of the rest of the good shit to feed my soldiers.
Right.
And God is like, you fucked up everything.
You fed your soldiers with actual food that you were supposed to destroy?
Yes, I told you to burn all their food. Oh my goodness.
Like a pious and honorable thing, and blamed his men rather than immediately owning up to his mistake. And Samuel did not mince any words when he responded to Saul and confronted him. He called Saul out on his behavior, calling it rebellion against God and arrogance. And Saul outwardly acquiesced and admitted that he sinned, but you can very well see that he was more concerned about his image in front of the people than the fact that he grieved God, the fact that he was going to lose his kingship. He actually wanted Samuel to go and honor him in front of the elders. That was what was preoccupying his mind the most. It was more important for him to look honorable, even if he failed, than to use his energy to actually attempt to recover what he lost and plead with God to have mercy on him or give him another chance. A gaslighter has a need for control and a need to maintain their image at the same time. They are deeply insecure. Saul was not much of a leader. He succumbed to the pressures of the people because he wanted their honor, their respect, their affirmation and admiration. He needed something from the people. So when you have someone who is needing something from the people around them all the time, it is very difficult to obey God. There will always be a conflict because you're serving two masters. You're serving the self or God, and the two are usually in conflict. A gaslighter will make it seem like they are doing noble and pious things outwardly, like making sacrifices for others or God, but in their passive-aggressive ways, they're actually quite resistant to doing anything except following their own will at the expense of others. So what are some examples of gaslighting in day-to-day life? A gaslighter might say things like,
So Saul did his own will at the expense of who? At the expense of who? Like, her whole objection is that he didn't make it at the expense of enough people.
Right.
But now she's saying that he made it at the expense of extra people. Which the fuck is it, bitch?
it's really bad, and you know what? Let's. I'm gonna keep going, and James, let me know if you have anything.
Yeah.
You are terrible at remembering things. You are too sensitive. I don't know what you're talking about. I never said that, or I never did that. You're crazy. You're being irrational. Your emotions are really over the top. So I want to encourage you that the gaslighter may succeed at getting everyone around him or her to doubt their perceptions, judgments, discernments, or reality, but God is not mocked.
And the other thing is, so here's what's interesting. Hang on, let me get to the end of that.
You're being irrational.
This is exactly what people say to you when you deconstruct your religious upbringing. That you're not remembering, things correctly, that you're too sensitive, right? That you don't know what you're talking about. Then people never said you were evil, right? Nobody abused you, nobody lied to you. What are you talking about? It's all, man. And the thing that I realized is, and I'm okay with it because I'm a content creator, and the algorithm is what it is, and so I enjoy it in the fact that if I start looking up obscure fighting game videos, it will feed me more of said, and over time make it easier to find that type of thing. But again, back to this whole concept of this marketplace of ideas, which sucks because people are shitty, so shitty ideas tend to dominate markets.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, as soon as you get a little clarity about narcissism and gaslighting, you have the narcissist gaslighting you about narcissism and gaslighting. And we're just getting this everywhere, right? Our voting rights are being stripped away from us. Nope. The elections are being stolen. Right?
Right.
We needed an expansion of reproductive rights. Instead, we overturn Roe v. Wade.
Right. This is exactly what Jerome is asking us about. Why is she making a video about gaslighting? How does that have to do with her religion? This is why. Because her religion is all about gaslighting, and so she has to make sure to project that on others. She's gaslighting us about her religion not gaslighting. She's gaslighting us to doubt our own perceptions of reality in order to legitimize her religion's pretense of righteousness. So it's just exactly what Trump does. Every time Trump does an evil whack out shit, he makes sure to accuse the other people of doing it before he gets accused, so that it'll sound like retaliatory when other people finally get around to accusing him, and then he can play the victim.
It's a form of triangulation politically.
That's what she's doing,
and they try to cut it off at the pass. They're trying to say, don't go look into evolution. We can already tell you why that's bullshit, right? And now they're doing the same thing. Let me clue you into all this talk about gaslighting, so that you can gaslight other people if it comes up,
right?
And yeah, that's why I think you're exactly right. They recognize the threat, and that's why we have to be, I think, more aggressive, because this is really what interferes with our ability to live our truth, right? Is that our environment is saturated with this type of horse shit. And it's really, not to cry you a river, but it's had an incredibly unsettling effect on my mental health. And I think for most of us, it's pretty bone chilling when we think about the depths of intellectual and moral depravity that we're dealing with. That's why I flipped out at Tim earlier. You know, he tried to hit me with the Trump derangement syndrome. Why are y'all so obsessed with Trump? I don't, you know, do you think it's smart to let a fool, you know, dominate your life like this? Wouldn't there be value in just moving on?
Which I don't remember who Tim is. Like,
I don't know, new person, just a new person. I think they self-identified as conservative, and you know, you try to give people a chance to, and then you know, they just gotta say stupid shit.
Yeah, they just gotta. So I mean, this reminds me a lot of my upbringing. My stepfather was so anti-violence for us that we literally were not allowed to thumb wrestle. Me and my brother, we couldn't thumb wrestle.
Whoa.
That's how anti-violence he was. We weren't allowed to work out because it might increase
idiot or willful piece of
yeah. We couldn't
they
watch any
discouraged me
movies.
from working out early on too. I really regret that shit too. But go ahead.
Yeah, we couldn't watch any movies that had violence in it because it might encourage violence. We couldn't say any words that might be violent. We couldn't wrestle in high school. We couldn't do any sports that might have contact. This is how anti-violence they were.
James,
about us.
they told me like shit like that, like getting too like lifting weights early and shit like that would like stunt your growth. I'm like, looking back, I'm like, how is exercise going to stunt the development of a young person?
Right.
So within reason, obviously, but that's ridiculous.
So, meanwhile, every single day, except on rare occasions when he was just too tired to, he beat the shit out of us. Like, we got so many beatings, literally we got thrown across the room. We got when he would go to when he would go to knock on a door to tell you something like take out the trash or it's dinner time, he didn't walk up and knock on the door. He snuck up to the door as quietly as he could, listen for a moment to see if he could tell what you were doing, where you were at in the room. He'd ball his fist up, and you wouldn't even know he was there until he would beat the door so hard that he almost broke the door with every hit. Slam, 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 shattering the silence, scaring the shit out of everybody because he wanted to create this perpetual environment of fear. You never relax, even when he's not there, because he might be there and you just don't know it yet. And he watched every rated R movie that ever came on the TV. He beat the shit out of us every day, but he was anti-violence. And it's that same kind of thing.
Wow.
It's you know, it's special license. It's not violent when they beat the crap out of you, but it's violent if you thumb wrestle your brother. Like,
right.
Is that kind of shit.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And it really is dangerous because again, it doesn't allow you to develop a healthy sense of self, growth. You know, it discouraged you from your athletic gifts. There are real consequences, which is why I don't get why so many of us spin this narrative of religion where there's like this harmless version. I don't know where that comes from.
Right, there is not a harmless version. It's a spectrum, but there's not a harmless version. And the nice puppies and kitten and rainbow ones, they're just groomers to pull you into the domain where you're more vulnerable to the more aggressive strains. And in the meantime, they hold up those taboos against criticizing the worst versions, which helps enable the worst versions. And they do go out there in the public eye and do PR work for the label of Christianity, knowing that will sway public opinion, which then helps the worst versions at the same time, and it helps them to further infiltrate and hijack our political system, which screws everybody over. They don't care. They do not care. Even Jimmy Carter, one of the most noteworthy modern loved Christians in the world right now, because of a Habitat for Humanity and the nice things he says. He's an old guy that works really hard every day. He's out there doing what he can to promote the label, knowing what the label does to people, seeing what the label does to huge society and how that empowers the predators in our society, doesn't bat an eye over it, right? It's just,
I mean, that's why I struggle even with the sort of Joe Bidens and Warnocks of the world. It's like... Number one, I think they're totally guilty of everything you just said. And then on top of that, they can't even take the out of just doing the public duties and the public shit, right? Like you can't just just leave it off your, you don't have to bring it to your job. Right. It's like the president is the one job that should not have religious messaging associated with. It'd be inappropriate for a teacher to walk into a 3rd grade classroom and be like, you know, and just start kicking the evangelical shit. But to do it as a senator or the president of the United States or a newly appointed Supreme Court justice, that has to become grossly inappropriate.
Absolutely, 100%. Here's the thing. If you want a good example as a Christian, look at Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers had his show. He never mentioned God, Jesus, any of that bullshit. When he went before Congress and tried to explain why PBS needs to stay on the air, he never mentioned God there either, right? You can keep that shit separate, believe whatever you want to believe, just don't market for the grift.
Right. Absolutely.
Simple.
Great example.
Your emotions are really over the top. So I want to encourage you that the gaslighter may succeed at getting everyone around him or her to doubt their perceptions, judgments, discernments, or reality, but God is not mocked.
Now again, let me kick the reality I unfortunately see some of us dealing with, and if it's not you, then I'm just not talking about you. But I think a lot of us are dealing with situations where we disagree with friends and loved ones, and we're walking on eggshells around them, some cases for years, even decades, and with varying levels of intensity. And they're so sensitive about everything in this realm that for you to just say something as simple as, you know, I live in a world where I've never been able to be convinced of the presence of a God in our world. Is treated like such an devastating betrayal of all that is civil, that many fear outward persecution, you know, disownment, and a lot of people are hoping it's just a little, you know, super awkward alienation for an extended period of time. Yet the reflection is going to be that yet somehow you're on some high horse about this, and you're acting all emotionally, and for some reason you've got a bone to pick with God that you can't let go of.
Yeah.
And that right there would be typically your, okay, so now we need to have a conversation about gaslighting, right? Right. And she's trying to make sure that now they're ready for that conversation so that they got it all fucked up.
Right.
Sees through it all.
Sorry.
Yeah, they can't wait to try to invalidate your reality, make you doubt everything about your perceptions and your values and your feelings and your thoughts and your identity. Everything about your entire life that means anything, they want you to doubt it. They want you to feel wrong about it.
Right.
And just because they feel entitled to have you feel wrong about it, just because they feel righteous and they are in a religion that tells them they're righteous, and they like feeling that entitled and that chosen and that special and that exempt from normal considerations of right and wrong in society, like violently exempt, right? How is that not exactly the description of every clinical narcissist in the fucking world?
Right.
It is the personification of narcissism that she's representing. She's just an awful human being. There's just no way around it. Now, even when I bought into the bullshit when I was younger, I wasn't completely sold on it. I was kind of like...
We're still developing, yeah.
Yeah, and I never would have came on and made a video like this shit. Never was I that far gone. I think once you get that far gone, it's like Dahmer. It's like you cannot rehabilitate those people. Once you get that far gone, that's it. You're just done.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Where do you think? So you think somebody like this just you know, the best we can do is, you know, exiled into irrelevancy or cast off the YouTubes, but you don't think a person like that is, you know, I'm kind of with you. Like, it's weird. Again, it's a population individual thing. I don't think any individual's ever beyond redemption because there's always people that change, right? Even people who we thought of as like they were going to be a fundamentalist, blah, 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 whatever. But at the same time, people are certainly in a category where statistically the probability is next to zero, I would say.
So there's a difference, but sometimes you can't tell.
Right.
See, here's the thing. Not everybody that's a religious fundamentalist is a narcissist, but they've all been trained to emulate the disorder. So here's the thing, though. You can, if you get to witness them on a first-hand basis, you can sometimes tell which ones are just emulating the disorder, and you can sometimes tell which ones are full-on clinical narcissists. She's in the second category, and like Dr. Ramani has said time and time again, there has never been a case of somebody that has narcissistic personality recovering from it. They don't get better. There's never been a single documented case where they've gotten better. It just does not happen. They always will have that personality. Now, on a rare occasion, some of them might have to confront it, and they might make some superficial changes or some social changes when they have to, but that's usually a very small percentage of people, and they're in prisons who are not letting them out until they've done the work. And so they have to. Right. For the most part, it just doesn't happen, and they never stop having that personality. So if she were to be frozen in a block of ice and thawed out in some future civilization where humanity finally got its shit together, and they spent some time like debriefing her, like getting to know her as a person, they wouldn't let her out in the general population. There's no fucking way they would let her out in the general population. Now, you might be right that she could be helped to learn how to reason more reasonably. She could be like rehabilitated in some way, right? To make her safe enough that maybe you could let her out with some supervision. Yeah. Maybe eventually you could pull back the supervision, but that would require a very special set of circumstances that don't exist in our world.
I'm like with you on that, and I'm also acknowledging that I don't know how to do it. I think like what we do, I think of like what we do is like somebody wins the lottery, and that doesn't mean playing a lottery ticket is a sound economic strategy. In our case, I think what we do on YouTube in a sense is, at least for me, it's really focused on our community and building that and growing that. But in terms of the external goals, it's really just spray and pray. You know, throw some good counter apologetics out there. Maybe you land a fish once in a blue moon. But I think of it as an incredibly low yielding strategy. Literally so low yielding, it isn't even worth much effort thinking about how to do it better because it's just such a low, just however you do it, it doesn't matter. Just tell people the truth, right? So it's just gradients on that, right? And I guess to get what you're saying, I honestly think most people aren't worth it, right? It just so happens for us, relative to what we're already doing and what our interests are, it's just kind of out there, right? And then, hey, every once in a while you get lucky. But my point is I'm with people in terms of recognizing that a person certainly belongs into a group where it probably just isn't going to happen. And so what I was going to ask you is, what do you think then what do you think distinguishes people like us? Because a lot of people in our community were really on that tip. You know, somebody who might be like a former, like, I don't know, what was Robert Price's background? Wasn't he going to be like a fundamentalist preacher or some shit like that? How do you think a person like that finds their way out?
So
just laws, big numbers.
Sure. I mean, it's a complicated tapestry, but basically, if somebody is a true clinical narcissist, they'll just stay in it. If they're not, then they've got a real chance of getting out of it, but they need a special set of circumstances. And we can't argue them out of it. They need to kind of be removed from that environment and plugged into a healthier environment to give their brain a chance to grow. My friend Renatia from Israel has a religious fundamentalist mom. Now, her mom isn't this far gone. She's not this bad. but she's still a fundamentalist, and she still generally thinks the way that they do.
Right.
So she's wondered how she could help her. And I'm like, you don't need to argue with her. You don't need to like do anything like that. All you need to do is help connect her with people that are forward-thinking, rational, socially mature humans. Get her involved in bowling or pinochle or gardening or walking. Something where her normal daily activity isn't just recirculating the religious bullshit she was raised in, whether it's with peers or in her own head. Get her out there having these daily experiences with these healthier minds, having healthier experiences, and her mind will begin to heal. Now, if she is a clinical narcissist, there's a limit to what you're going to get out of that period. But if she's only been trained to emulate one and isn't at her core one of those people, then you'll know, because her mind will begin to heal in such a way that it shifts her paradigm in terms of how she relates to other human beings and to herself. You won't know for sure. If somebody's kind of in that gray area, you won't know for sure until you plug them into that healthier social environment and give it time to work.
Yep.
There it is.
And that is, if you guys think about it, that is what the education system is supposed to do. If you think about what a university is, we're supposed to be a place where somebody can come in one day as a kid and say, yeah, I just got accepted in the University of Minnesota, go Gophers. And, you know, on my way to campus, when I was doing the tour, I looked up and noticed there were some skyscrapers in downtown Minneapolis. I think I'd like to learn how to build one of those. And then we go, can you do some basic math? Yeah. Can you read and write? Yeah. All right, cool. So we've got this thing called engineering, right? And in 4 years, we can, for the most part, reliably churn out students who 4 years ago probably couldn't build a birdhouse and are on their way to designing skylines. And it's because we've created that exceptional environment. Right? Yeah. There's actually that rare set of circumstances, right, where the professors are here, the research is here, the modeling classes are here, the computers are here, the laboratories are here, right? All of that.
We're building the world that Christians for 1900 years have been absolutely insisting that we don't need to build, because the end's about to come any day now. We should all be looking forward to it, right? And you know, all of our hope and all of our energies and all of our personal resources should go to God, right? Not go to humans. The only work we should be doing special for humans is preaching to them about the God, right? And for so long, that was priority number one for civilizations. That's why we weren't progressing. That's why it took us so goddamn long to start making real progress in the sciences of curing and understanding diseases and mental illness and everything else. Because stupid fucking superstitious sheep herders, I'm sorry, the more I think about this, just holy fucking hell, man. All the damage they've done, and we get to act like it's not that big of a deal because when they smile at us. Now here we got Jerome Robinson in the chat talking about Rebecca constantly. And it's the same way. I remember when Rebecca left the scene, and the one person that kept asking me to comment on Rebecca was Jerome. Like every freaking time he showed up in the chat, he wanted me to talk some more about Rebecca, and I got so sick of it.
And Peter,
so I had, but it was mostly Jerome. And here we are again, and we're not even talking about Rebecca. Like she's only been mentioned in passing a couple of times. You know, every once in a while we're like, yeah, we've had this experience with Rebecca, or you know, if Rebecca comes around again to us, it's probably not going to go well. Maybe she shouldn't, right? But for the most part, we're just talking about the institutions, and we're talking about this lady making the video. We're talking about experiences of other people. Rebecca has not been a highlight or a focus in the discussions we're having. Somebody mentioned a couple times in chat that Rebecca has done this thing, or Rebecca's like that, or this lady reminds me of Rebecca. But it's not every damn comment, right? Like it's every 12th comment or something. And the reason is because Rebecca does behave this way. She does.
Absolutely.
And it's a very real, relevant example of that behavior that all of us can relate to.
Yep.
And Rebecca has come back and made herself relevant to this community. And we didn't ask her to, but we knew she was gonna.
Yep. And they're such suckers for her nonsense, too, because she does this on purpose. Rebecca went out of her way to roll up in our neck of the woods on our atheist streamers, panels, and in our live chats and ingratiate herself within our community because she thought that would give her a unique niche of, building bridges of love and understanding with atheism. And then she literally is abusive to us.
Yeah.
Fundamentally. Mm-hmm. Fundamentally an absolutely weaponized human being. Right. The worst.
Right.
And so
she wanted, yeah.
I was gonna say at this point, I'm perfectly happy with the idea of bullying Rebecca. I mean, it's like telling me, Jay, you're bullying a bully. And I'm like, oh, cool. I always hoped I'd grow up to be the type of person to do that shit. Sure. You want to feed me any more compliments while you're at it? You want to tell me how handsome I am? Because I'm kind of liking this. Fuck yeah, I'm here to bully Rebecca, that raggedy bitch. Are you serious? I've been paying attention. She's literally the type of person that tells says about my friend, we don't deserve life. We don't deserve to breathe. Like, I told her how disrespectful she is to evolutionary biologists. She went away, had some time to think about it, came back, decided she's inspired to make more young Earth creationist content. Listen, Rebecca is trash. She's a dog shit human being. And her purpose here is to get her jollies off in a place that she thinks is easier than turning Jesus tricks at the mall. And again, it's why we're friendly with the Jeromes and Peters of the world, but we're not friends because they're too allied with the enemy. They just don't get it. They can't be part of the solution because they're too busy being a part of the problem.
Right. So and chat reflects this too. Like Jerome asked more than why do I think she's leaving. That was not the limit of what Jerome asked me when she was leaving. It kept asking me. Really wanted me to talk more about Rebecca as a person. Really wanted me to talk about what I really think of her. And I didn't want to keep having that conversation. And I was glad when she'd been gone long enough that Jerome kept asking me. Quit asking me because
but when you brought it up, I wanted to talk about it. That's why I feel it's annoying, and it's like I don't care. I want to beat up on Rebecca. I'm happy. I said, look, y'all, just look at the content. Literally, since Rebecca has come back, I've literally tried to address almost everything she's put out. Literally within 24 hours, I've gone live in the middle of the fucking night to rag on that bitch.
Right. So here's the thing, and Peter's wrong. He said she has never said anyone doesn't deserve to breathe. Peter, you're wrong. First of all, Bible's full of people that God decided doesn't deserve to breathe, and Rebecca agrees with all of it. Next, Bible's, even Rebecca's interpretation of theology says that any day now, God, or Jesus more specifically, is going to come back and violently kill every man, woman, and child on earth who doesn't happen to make him happy at the time, right? Who he doesn't think is good enough, in his opinion, per how they flatter him, per his interest, right? And if it happens today, right now, if the end comes right now in Rebecca's theology, me, my children, most of the people in chat right now, Jay, most of the people that are in the world, actually, Hindus and Muslims and atheists, agnostics, Wiccans, you name it.
And most other Christians.
Most other Christians too. Now, it depends on who you ask. Like Rebecca kind of gives a weird pass to most other Christians that most Christians won't give. She's a universalist or whatever. Yeah, she's sort of. She's almost a universalist. Here's what she says, and she has clarified this on more than one occasion. The only people who are good and deserve in a way where they deserve to keep on breathing, right? Once God gets around to settling the scores, as it were, are the people that either are a Christian or are on the fast track and just are on the process but haven't finished becoming one yet, but they will. Or people who, if once they heard the message, they're the kind of person that would be inspired by it. The kind of people that would say, oh my gosh, something about this seems right. Please tell me more. Those three people, Christians, fast track on the way to become a Christian, or somebody who would be if you heard the message. Those are the only three categories of people she considers good enough that they deserve to draw breath. She has said so directly, her motherfucking self. And to sit here and tell me she never has is exactly the kind of gaslighting bullshit that we've been talking about during this stream. And it's not okay.
Exactly.
And I'm not going to sit here and pretend.
And I honestly think Jerome and Peter know this. The people who defend Rebecca, they know what a terrible person she is. She's a monster. They're trying to make it hard and inconvenient for the few people willing to call her out to be comfortable doing so. And it's like, try all you want, but I hate Rebecca, and I have no problem hating people who have first made their hatred towards me very, very clear.
Right, and I'm the same way. How I feel about anybody is however they feel about me. However, that's it. That is it. Like, what terms do you want to relate to me on? Right? If you think I don't deserve to exist, then I don't think you deserve to exist. If you think I deserve to get my ass beat, then I think you deserve to get your ass beat.
Cool.
If you think I deserve a hug, I think you deserve a hug.
Exactly.
I'll meet people on whatever terms you're prepared to meet me on, right? Now, when an atheist tells somebody like Rebecca, we wish you would quit doing this shit, nowhere in our head are we thinking, we wish somebody would kill you horribly violently and then forget about you. Like, we're not thinking, at least nobody I know thinks that extreme. We just wish she would shut the fuck up. We think she's an awful human being. We think she's doing some real damage in the world. But if we got a freebie and we killed somebody, would we kill her? No, we wouldn't. It ain't even about that shit. And so, but she can't do the same kindness for us. She wants us to. She's waiting for God to do it.
Yeah, and all of us watch too much content on the other side. We probably watch more of their shit than we care to admit. But it's funny, like when we do, we never see these people coming through chat going, you know, I think maybe you guys are picking on scientists too much. You guys ever, you know, I think maybe on the right, we're being a little bit too divisive. You know, I think maybe we should stop being so tribalistic with regard to atheists. Like they never go tell the people on the other side to be more reasonable, to stop being so divisive, to meet us in the middle, to build, right? They always tell us we're being mean, we're being aggressive, we're being hostile. They're out here trying to have the conversation, James. They're just trying to sit down with us and talk it out and have a healthy exchange of
That's just gaslighting bullshit.
Equal but different ideas. You know,
that ain't close to true, and they know it.
Find some common ground.
Right. And here's the thing, like Rebecca went out of her way, not just when she was here before, but when she left, while she was gone, and when she came back, to maintain direct contacts with the many people in her community she thought she carried influence with. She wanted to stay relevant to our community, relevant to our attention and our discussions. She chose that. Here's my email address. Let's keep in touch. And then like would reach out to these people. And I'm leaving and you know, just to see like who would say what. And then still showing up in other people's channels to say, hi, how you doing? I'm still here. I'm still around. Besides, say hi. And then eventually comes back, right? And it's like, and when she comes back, she's talking to the same people and she's talking the same shit, right?
Yeah.
She could have started a new channel. She could have went somewhere else. She could have been doing some kind of different grift. She could have left everybody alone that wasn't on her team from before, but she went out of her way and is still going out of her way. She showed up on Answers in Atheism today. And it's just Answers in Atheism. What, did she make a wrong turn? Did she thought it was the Answers in Christianity channel?
Wait, look at Jerome's comment. Wait, before we do, Jerome and Rebecca sitting in a tree. Praying. That's hilarious. That was AR. Epic. But yeah, you see this threat? So, but James, but also remember that you should expect that sort of behavior. I'm not going to say, quote unquote, cry about it, but actually analyzing why it's bad for her to say these things reeks of alarmism to me.
Jerome needs to go watch Theremin Tree's video about emotional blackmail, because that's exactly what he's doing. This bullshit where you're The bad guy, if you point out some badly behaved person's bad behaviors, right? You're the bad guy. You should let it go. You shouldn't call it out, right? And it's not like I went looking for her. I didn't walk around her neighborhood, peek in her window and say, hey, guys, I found this crazy bitch named Rebecca who's been brainwashing her children and planning on going out there and doing it to other people. She came to us. And she's still coming to us.
Still does it. Yeah.
And she's still coming to us with the same bullshit, right? So she's making herself relevant. Now, do I spend a lot of time talking about Rebecca? Oh, hell and no, right? So I just don't. Like, I ain't been going to her channel. I ain't been watching her videos.
Yes.
If she showed up in Answers in Atheism today, and all I said was, hi, hey, Rebecca, how you doing? Rebecca's in a channel, right? And she was just out. She's like, yeah, I'm out. She's gone, right? And it's like,
she knows.
She knows. And, you know, she's just trying to stay relevant. She's just trying to have people keep talking about it because bad press is still good press, right? This is what she wants.
Yes.
She wants us talking about her. So in that way, yeah, we're giving her what she wants or whatever. But okay, at least we're having a real conversation, not the bullshit one, right?
Yes.
And I do not talk about Rebecca. I haven't been talking about her on my channel. I ain't been talking about her on other people's channels. We only talk about her here because she comes up, right? And then that's just fine. Am I a wee bit hostile? Man, I'm a little bit more than a wee bit hostile, but only when it comes up.
Right.
Only
And the
once,
other thing
you know?
is, it's super gaslighting because the thing is, talking about the way Christians feel about the morality of heathens is the problem. It's racism, and it's amazing to me that people, again, want to like what do you want? We're the people they hate. It's like I have a right to exist. Christianity does not treat me like I am a worthwhile person.
No, they're convinced you're not.
Yeah.
And they want to let you know. If you want to become a worthwhile person, you better become a Christian. Those are the only good people, the people who are a Christian, who are on the track to becoming a Christian because they've already heard it and responded well to the message, or people who will respond when they hear it. Those are the only kinds of people that are good enough that they deserve to draw air, according to Rebecca motherfucking Davis.
Yeah.
Now, do I take that shit personal? No. Is it personal? Yeah, but do I bother with it? No. Like, this is why I haven't been making content about it. I tell everybody, I'm like, look, whatever it's the same thing with PineCreek. I don't go over to PineCreek. I only comment on whatever PineCreek says that catches the community's attention and gets discussed on the channels where I'm active. If somebody else brings it up, okay, let's talk about the topic because it's relevant to the community and I'm here to support the community, right? Other than that, I don't care what PineCreek says. Same thing with Rebecca Davis. Same thing with anybody else that is sitting on a mountain, big giant mountain of bullshit. If it catches the community's attention to where it starts circulating as an issue and it comes up when I'm on the channel, I'm glad to engage with the topic. I'm glad to engage. But other than that, I just don't care, right? So the community decides what matters and what doesn't, and then I support the community. It's just that damn simple.
Yep, I'm with you on that. And I just love that our gaslighters came through on our gaslighting stream to gaslight us.
I love it.
So on brand.
And calls things out for what they are, even the things that are done unconsciously, that even the gaslighter is not aware of why they do what they do. God still calls it out. No matter what kind of reality a gaslighter might recreate, God will always deal with a narcissist or gaslighter on his grounds and on his reality, and not on the gaslighter's false version of reality. Being
and this is the great cowardice of faith to me, y'all. Woo! The greatest cowardice of faith, y'all. It's because you know what? They're all about that ultimate justice and consequence that comes in the end that never comes. And just like the cowards that they really are, they're looking you straight in the face and saying, it's my right to not have to face the music till I die.
Mm-hmm.
And the irony is, they literally forsake humanity to do so.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what a bunch of cowards. You know, just constantly, instead of, you know, ignoring the here and now, ignoring the reality.
Sure.
For
So here's
the fiction of justice to come.
Right. And look what she said. This whole lady during her whole video is talking about it's fine to hurt people. You can absolutely, actually violently genocide them, including children and babies. You can do that to cattle and livestock and just dogs and puppies and kittens, whatever, just if they happen to be in the wrong damn place at the wrong damn time because you know, God says so. Right. So she's actively saying your life doesn't matter. It less than matters, right? Violence is fine. Who cares what we do to you? You better just not criticize us for it, right? Who cares what we do to you?
Right.
You guys don't have any value at all except for whatever use my God says you have value for. And my God has spoken, right? And her God is what? Her God is just the voice in some old dude's head sitting in some tent come out saying, I just had a conversation with the creator of the universe, and he has decided that gay people are bad and so are shellfish. Like, okay.
And literally wondering it while we're talking about Rebecca, somebody who basically is sitting on this same shit when we're having a conversation in which a woman is sitting there talking about how, yeah, so God ordered the destruction of the Amalekites. Who are the Amalekites, y'all? The Amalekites are an entire people group known for being enemies of the Israelites.
Mm.
So God literally orders the complete and utter destruction of his people,
Right.
of his enemy group, right?
So,
and
yep.
like what the fuck? And then we're somehow being alarmist about the way apologists interact with non-believers.
Right.
Because we're supposed to give them a pass based on the admission that hatred for heathens is fundamental to their God's identity.
Right.
What like...
And that our lives are absolutely disposable.
But it's like we're the ones we should get off of it. Like what they should get. Well, y'all got to give them a pass. I mean, because it is. I mean, it is fundamental to their belief system. So why are you guys? I mean, come on, you guys can't expect people to stop burning crosses just because it offends black people. I mean, hating black people is essential. Why they? That's their whole thing. That's their whole legacy. That's what they're here for. I mean, what do you mean? You can't just take their way of life from them like that.
Right. And we're not even trying.
Good.
We're not even trying to pass laws or get them shipped out of the country or shot or anything else.
Yeah, we're just saying shut the fuck up and go away.
Yeah, we're just talking here on our own channels about how we sure wish they'd shut the fuck up and go away. Right?
Exactly.
It ain't like we're going to the malls, walking up to like little groups of Christians saying, "Have you heard the good news that there is no God?" Like it ain't like we're doing, Uber and Lyft, being drivers for them, waiting until we get a Christian in the back seat where we can say, "Have you heard the good news? There's no God." Like we ain't doing that shit to nobody.
And let about 4 or 5 people complain that Uber drivers are saying, "Have you heard the good news that there is no God?" And man, we might see a policy change overnight.
Yeah, right.
But Christianity is persecuted. Wild.
Yeah, right. That's crazy.
Go ahead, James. I'm not going to roll. Do you want? Can I play, or do you have anything else?
Yeah, go ahead, play. Go ahead.
All right.
Self-deceived and convinced of one's lies and calling it their truth doesn't make it true. It doesn't make it more real. It doesn't give a person a get-out-of-jail-free card because they believe it so much, no matter how convincing and shaming Gaslighter may sound. Calling something your truth doesn't make it truth. God will always deal with a gaslighter according to his reality, because God's reality is what is real and his laws are what will stand. Isaiah 40 verse 8 says, "The grass withers, the flowers fade, but the word of our God will stand forever." And it will be a scary day for a gaslighter who is that self-deceived to find out that they have been living in a completely alternate reality all this time, and to have the truth come crashing down on their heads. They will have to suffer the consequences for having chosen to live a lie and not loving or pursuing the truth. The reality is, when you love the truth and you trust God, you have access to supernatural resources. The Bible says, "For whoever desires to love life and see good days, let him keep his tongue from evil and his lips from speaking deceit. Let him turn away from evil and do good. Let him seek peace and pursue it. For the eyes of the Lord are on the righteous, and his ears are open to their prayer." Gaslighting is a form of lying and deception. God calls this evil. In the story of King Saul and the Amalekites, God called it rebellion against him and arrogance. A person who makes a practice of gaslighting makes themselves an enemy of God. And even though they think they are getting away with so much, they will find themselves being resisted by God at the end of the day. 1 Peter 5 verses 5 and 6 says, "God resists the proud, but gives grace to the humble. Therefore, humble yourselves under the mighty hand of God."
Articulate and confident
that
way
he
of
may
saying the
exalt
dumbest
you in
things.
due time. So I hope this video is helpful. Now, on a different note, I have some news. I shared it in a previous video also. It's been on my heart to empower followers of Jesus Christ who are trapped in psychologically and emotionally abusive, controlling, narcissistic relationships. My heart is to help them find healing, freedom, and confidence so that they can fulfill their God-given purpose, knowing that they have a future and a hope. So all that to say that this January 2023, I'm launching a group called Empowering Women to Recover Their Identity from Narcissistic Relationships. And I apologize to you men. For now, this program is only open for women, but it is on my heart to have a program in the future for men also, because narcissism knows no gender. So this program currently will run for 12 weeks. It is for women who have come out of a relationship with a narcissist and who are engaged in either no contact or minimal contact with the narcissist. In this program, you will get to be part of a group coaching experience with me and around 12 other women. This program will empower you to find healing, freedom, and confidence. It will help you to set healthy boundaries while keeping your peace. It'll help you to recover your God-given identity, to align with God's vision and move forward with your life, and much, much more. This program is extremely enriching because you're not just learning from your own experiences, but from other people's experiences as well. So here are the major benefits of signing up for this program. You will have access to the learning material, plus you'll not only have my support, but also the support of other Christian women in the community. You will not have to journey alone, but you're going to have the support of other women and also learn from each other's journeys, in addition to group coaching with me. You'll have the benefit of access to me.
All right, y'all see where it goes. She's got the great part down, James.
Oh my God! You know, I should have known the whole time leading up to this program she's gonna like sell subscriptions to. I should have known.
All right, it's pretty bad.
If she's qualified to run that kind of program, then I'm qualified to run NASA. That's all I want to say.
Oh man, but you know she's doing her thing, and it's amazing. I don't know. To me, I just feel like if they got it together enough to do all of this, then they've got it together enough to be held accountable for their bullshit.
Yeah.
But I think that's all you're gonna get because it's a straight grift, right? No consequences, no change. That's gonna be the deal. People like this.
I guarantee she votes far right. That she's a Trump supporter. That she's fucking like super GOP positive. That she Marjorie Taylor Greene is like a hero in her community. Like I just guarantee it.
Yeah, they're on that whole tip. Yeah, it's bad, man. I'm done with these people, man. But I'm glad to find new people to call out, new content, we got some new content creators, you know. It was definitely interesting, but really out there.
Right. So Jerome has a question for me.
All right, go ahead.
Did you see it? Everybody says.
What would have to happen for you to like Rebecca? Wow. Go ahead.
So there are things I like about Rebecca, right? I want to know first if that counts.
Oh man, yeah, probably not.
I just want to know. I just want to make sure I had to say the parameters of the question before we dive in.
Oh man. My bar was pretty simple. All she had to do was grow. All she had to do was, actually learn and, take the evolution thing seriously. Take the mantle up. Maybe
stop being a groomer for an abusive cult. Maybe.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Pretty much.
Or take it somewhere else and become irrelevant to us. How about that? I'm good with that too. Billions of them out there in the world I don't think about at all because they ain't brought it to me. They ain't brought it to this community, right? So,
I would potentially consider the matter settled if she left and deleted her channel. I would consider her redeemable if she actually actively made content correcting her previous mistakes, particularly with regard to young earth creationism.
Fair. So I draw the line a little bit differently. My thing is, I'm like, look, stop making herself relevant and she won't be relevant, right? Stop showing up at Godless Girls channel and answers in atheism, right? Stop showing up in places and emailing people and shouting out to people, showing up, making herself relevant. Just if she wants to go run her grift, fade away from this community and go run it somewhere where we ain't hearing about it, where she's not bringing it to us, right? I was on the stream. I was one of the guests on the stream by invitation at Answers in Atheism, and I was talking when she showed up and started talking and addressing the channel, right? Me.
Right.
And it's like, so you can't tell me she's not going out of her way to get our attention, including me, because yes, she motherfucking is, just today, right? Stop it. Stop it. Just go find somebody else to bother. Stop talking to the people that are in our community. Stop going to their channels, to our channels, and talking to us. Because and don't don't stay relevant. Just go away.
Go away.
Run your grift somewhere else. Run it somewhere else. And then the community won't be talking about it, and then I won't have anything to be supportive about when it comes to Rebecca because they won't be talking about it.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. For me, it would definitely take more than that because for me it's like I don't know. I think she's a bad person, so I don't but I don't know. I don't have any intention on not bullying people like Rebecca and Sal and a lot of these.
So it's not right. It's not bullying. It's not bullying when we stand up to bullies and call it out for what it is. That is not bullying.
Oh yeah,
right.
Sure.
It's not. So I mean, I get what you're saying, but somebody out there might want to misunderstand you on purpose. So,
I got you.
So that's where we're at. Let's be extra careful and say we ain't bullying her. Here's the thing, like I don't normally talk about her, Jerome. I don't normally talk about her. If she doesn't get mentioned on my channel, we didn't look. When she showed up in Answers in Atheism and I had the mic, I could have talked about anything I wanted to today because it was on topic. We were talking about how to keep ourselves and our loved one and our community safe against her evil cult. That was the topic of the show today. I'm paraphrasing, but that is the topic. And so it was a perfect opportunity for me to say, oh, speaking of which, here's Rebecca, right? Here's a great example, but I didn't. I didn't say shit about Rebecca except hi, right? I had the microphone. I had the floor. Mike would have gave me some leeway. I could have, and I didn't, right? You know why I didn't? Because nobody there was interested in it. The community at that moment, at that time, didn't feel like it was something that was bothering them, that they wanted some support about and some feedback about and some community connection about like they didn't feel like they needed it at the time. And like if the community doesn't feel like they need it right now, then I'm not bringing that because I'm here for the community. I'm here for hero support.
Sure.
That's my role in this community.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm somewhere else and she comes up and she comes relevant because it's on people's mind because it's been weighing on them, right? It's bothering them. Then I'm going to let them know I'm here for you, man. Let's talk about it, right? Let's get our head on right about it. Let's clear up the fog about it. Let's talk about, call it out for what it is because she's still staying relevant is why people are still talking about her. I don't normally talk about Rebecca at all. And if nobody starting tomorrow ever mentioned her again, guess what? I wouldn't either. It's that damn simple. That's why she hasn't been mentioned on my channel since she came back, right? It's also why I haven't been to her channel since she came back.
Yeah, but I think this is part of the thing. Like, it bothers me because I feel it feels like, again, it just feels like the people want to do the damsel in distress thing this way. Now people don't want to criticize Rebecca because when they do, they gotta deal with it. And I just think this is bad faith. You know,
it's bad faith.
I think people like Jerome and others need. I think of them like Rebecca, where as much as a lot of times I'd like to just block them and get it over with. I think it's instructive for it's enlightening for the community to see more of their behavior for what it is. So I give people extra data points.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that. I mean, as an example, Peter W is here, right now. I happen to think Peter W is an absolutely awful human being. However, I never talk about that on streams. Do you know why? Because nobody else ever asks me to. Right? Nobody's bothered by it. If Peter W shows up to say stupid shit, they just call it out themselves. Right? And if it keeps on, then it becomes a real discussion. I'm involved, and now we're talking about it. But until then, we don't talk about it, right? Like Peter's just kind of like nobody takes Peter seriously enough for it to even be an issue. If Peter shows up and he just behaves, everybody's cool with him. Peter shows up and starts talking stupid shit, he gets the negative attention he's looking for, right?
Right.
But we don't normally talk about Peter, even when Peter's gone, because one, he's a minor player. He's a minor nuisance, right? And it just doesn't matter. Like, it's not affecting the community, right? If it starts to affect the community, we talk about it, right? So it's that kind of thing. Just the less of a problem you are, the less the problem gets dealt with, because there's less of a problem there to deal with. Right? I don't care what Peter's got in a spreadsheet or what he believes about anything. Like, I don't care until Peter mentions it in chat and starts a discussion about it. The rest of the time, I don't care. Right? It's just that damn simple.
Yeah. I agree with you. And I think that at the end of the day, fighting for your religion in the face of the challenges presented to it in our community reveal you to be a fundamentally broken person.
Yeah.
Because I do feel bad for people who really are sheltered. And, you know, they're deep in the cult life and nobody ever told them, nobody ever showed them. But these people who, they've just heard it all at this point, far more than, let's be honest, way more than any of us heard before we deconverted, quite frankly. And they're just perpetually double downing. And essentially they hate watch us. Like, we're their favorite people to hate watch. Mostly because we treat them a little bit more reasonably and pay more attention to them than other folks.
Yeah, and you know, no good deed ever goes unpunished.
Seriously.
So, yeah. So here we give you respect most people won't, and look how you act. Right? Like, you can go simp for Rebecca all you want to, but why you gotta come here and simp for her?
Right.
Like, go there and simp for her.
Yeah. But it's weird. Like, I don't understand when a person wants to, why I don't know, why hold on to that identity? It's weird to me. It's really creepy. And in the case of Peter W., the one thing that gets me with Peter is the atheist son thing. I really do think even in light of what Jerome said, are we really going to sit here and criticize Christians for their moral views of heathens? That says it all right there. It's that fundamental to the identity of the cult.
Yeah.
If that is not enough to say, God, if you don't for real, show me something right now, I'm out. That's my kid.
Mm.
So I don't expect much from the type of person who's fundamentally deluded about what that Bible says about their own child. I don't think you're capable of
an honest conversation.
Yeah, it's just not. You just can't. You can't, because there's no like you're responsible. You gotta. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel the same. It's the same way I feel about my mother. Like you're the type of person who I'm supposed to have to keep out of jail when somebody disrespects me, and that's how you normally would be. But but see, my mother doesn't have nowhere near the exposure to the stuff that Peter W. does. You know what I'm saying? My mom's just gotten, the first couple pricks in that pin cushion. Do you see what I'm saying? And her Christian identity is already unraveling, right? I can tell, right? Because my mom's not the type of person to try to soft sell her Christianity, right? It's because she's realizing a lot of shit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But some of these motherfuckers could have had a master's in counter-apologetics on an internet university by now, as much of the shit that they've been exposed. Like I'm saying, like the Peter W's, like they've said, like Peter W's probably sat through more Mythvision PhD streams than any of us. You see what I'm saying? So you've heard it broken down 1,800 ways to Sunday by like the highest level scholars ripping apart every issue, the philosophy, the history, the science, the morality, all of it. And you just don't give a shit.
Nope, you don't.
Just don't care.
You don't give a shit.
Just don't care.
You don't care. No.
You just don't care.
And you're free to not care. But why go out of your way to find people who do care and let them know how much you don't care?
It's weird.
And then when they call you out for it, you start talking about how you're being persecuted. Like Jerome's doing right now in the chat. Like, holy motherfucking shit, man. That's just mind-blowing to me.
Yeah.
Being persecuted. Yes, you are. Here's the thing, Jerome, who I don't know, is he a Christian or does he just think like a Christian?
I don't know. Jerome, you don't treat me well. I think you're an abusive viewer. I don't know what you expect. You're like a person who goes out of your way to agitate, which I don't know if anybody knows this, but I hate people who make the lives of content creators unnecessarily difficult and then give a total pass to the people who are sitting on some bullshit. It's like, it's really frustrating because I don't know. It's, whatever. I've just learned to deal with so much of it, right? And it's like a ever-present thing in this community, but the hate watching, the troll watching, and I don't know. I don't know what. Go ahead.
They usually behave better on my channel for some reason. I've only had Peter W. only behaved like really, really, really badly once in my channel. Right? He saw I was down and he couldn't resist kicking me in the face, and everybody called him out for it. But normally people behave decently in my channel. I don't know why. Not always, but usually.
Yeah. I don't know, but I
don't know.
It's weird. So it's all just part of the hate watch culture.
I think I just don't matter enough yet. I just don't matter enough yet. So I got to get a few hundred more subscribers and like make a whole bunch more shows and make a bunch more noise. And as soon as I matter enough, then I'm a threat, right? then I think that they're going to be more dedicated to like hate watching.
I don't know. We'll see. Well, I hope not, but we'll see.
Right. Well, I mean, look at Derek's channel. I mean, you can't have a stream without some nutters in the chat talking their shit.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's kind of it just is what it is. But I don't know. Me personally, I'd rather I don't know. I'm happy to block people and get rid of people. I just don't. The people don't bring enough. Don't contribute anything to me. Like it's like I said. This is the community where everybody knows your name, so I know who I would miss.
Right. We know who we wouldn't. So in the meantime, Jerome Robinson, he was just kidding about him being persecuted, but he apparently wasn't kidding about Rebecca being persecuted. I mean, that's obvious, right? So it's like, whatever. Like, fuck me. Think what you want, say what you want, be crazy. I don't care. Like, yeah, do it.
Yeah, do your thing.
I'm just bent on it. Like, whatever. Wow.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, this was a total fun stream. Jerome, I'm not a fan, to be honest with you. I think you're a troll and you're kind of annoying. I've considered blocking you a bunch of times, so be careful. I'm not. I don't know. I'm just not. I find the distractions to be unwarranted, and they're kind of like the Trump shit. They're just vexatious. Meaning willing to cause annoyance and distraction and just without merit or substance. There's just answering a bunch of stupid ass questions all the time. So yeah, I think it's not a good use of our time. It's very much like it gets me in a similar headspace to like what I feel like when I'm dealing with a Tangelo, right?
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he'll be back in full force once he's done writing his book about the Shroud.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't care. I judge a person based on what they say to me, right? And I just think I'm over the shtick of people who just, I don't know, they're cool. Like, I don't know, they're the questioners or whatever. I'm not into that. Like, I think that's weird. I think it's weird to just show up to somebody's stream and just want to fundamentally question all of their choices. It's like a weird way to be. Yeah. But yeah, I want to get out of here because we've got stuff going on in Gather. I want to get ready for tomorrow. I need to eat some dinner. Yeah, come link up with us. The link is pinned in the description. Definitely, appreciate everybody. Thanks for tuning in. There's links in the description for the Discord, and that is how you get access to Gather. But the one we're in for tonight, you can join us. Patreon and other links like that are in the description. But yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Come link up with the gang in the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitch. And science bless you all. Poof.
Zach, why she wanna leave me alone? Saying all I do is wrong. No rights when they been left turns. Playing that she gotta let it burn. Saying that the hell's not a home. Sunshine cause you heard it all before. Sometimes she don't wanna be alone. Most times she don't want me gone. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win. Now I'm got it, you ain't answer my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too boss. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. In the game throwing laws like Paul. Young legend Miss John like Wall. And I wish you never met like Carl. Thick game, lay it down like law. Made plans but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call. It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when side, girl. Be smoking that side. I'm trying to get high. She said that she not ready for love, so I waste my time. I got demons in my closet, I can't hide.